Chapter 2288. 2288 Waiting for a Chance. 2288 Waiting for a Chance. Divine Firmament Mainland, Hui-Yin Mountain. Countless towering ancient trees covered the skies. On the peak, someone had built a spacious pavilion. Standing here, one could appreciate the magnificent scenery of the Hui-Yin mountain range. This day, a gigantic crane flew over from the west. On its back sat a young man with a dark expression. He was a grade 9 heaven immortal, and his facial features were 70% similar to the inner sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Pangyu. This was another direct descendant of the Pang clan, Pangyu's brother, Pang Yi. The two brothers were extremely outstanding among the younger generation of the Pang clan and were specially groomed by the family clan. Pang Yu joined Heaven and Earth Academy, while Pang Yi joined Imperial Wind Temple. In terms of combat strength, Pang Yi was even above Pang Yu. Leaping down from the crane's back, Pang Yi frowned instinctively when he saw that the pavilion was empty. He found a stone chair and sat down quietly, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, more than 10 figures sped over from the east. They were clad in armor and shone with cold lights. With sabers on their waists, they were all top-tier heaven immortals. Execution guards. Pang Yi opened his eyes and recognized their backgrounds right away. The emblem of the execution guards was way too obvious. A brocade-robed man stood in the middle of the execution guards with a demonic look in his eyes. Pang Yi stood up slowly and cupped his fists. "So, it's Prince Yuanzhua. Nice to meet you." After all, Prince Yuanzhua was once the prince who ruled over a county of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. He was famous, and Pang Yi had seen him before from afar. "You are." Prince Yuanzhua was slightly stunned when he saw Pang Yi. "I'm Pang Yi of the Pang clan. Right now, I'm an inner sect disciple of Imperial Wind Temple." Pang Yi reported his identity. Prince Yuanzhua raised his brow slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly understood and asked, "You are also invited by fellow Taoist Qingyan?" "I am." Pang Yi nodded and did not hide anything. "However, fellow Taoist Qingyan doesn't seem to be here yet. Let's wait a little more." Prince Yuanzhua sat on a stone chair as well. Before long, a figure appeared from the south. In a few breaths, he arrived and descended. "Ah, fellow Taoist Gue Yuan of Flying Immortal Sect." Pang Yi stood up and greeted with cupped fists. Among the inner sect disciples of Flying Immortal Sect, the combat strength of Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was ranked top 5. Prince Yuanzhua did not stand up and merely sat on the stone chair. He cupped his fists and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist Gue Yuan was invited by fellow Taoist Qingyan as well, right?" "Yes." Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan did not talk much. Right then, a bejeweled serpent WYRM carriage drove over slowly from the horizon not far away. The driver of the carriage had white hair and was dull and expressionless. However, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines the moment they exchanged glances with the driver. More than 10 execution guards surrounded Prince Yuanzhua hurriedly with nervous expressions. The carriage stopped in midair, and the curtains of the carriage were lifted. A graceful and dignified young man walked out. This time round, even Prince Yuanzhua stood up. "Greetings, Prince Tianhong." Prince Yuanzhua, Pang Yi, and Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan stood up and cupped fists. Prince Yuanzhua had already lost his influence in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, Xia Tianhong of the Yenyang Immortal Kingdom still ruled over a territory and had an extremely high status. "There are so many people." Xia Tianhong was surprised. "Everyone's sorry for the wait." Right then, a voice sounded slowly. By the time he said the last word, Fang Qingyun had already descended on the peak of Hui-Yin Mountain with Tang Peng right behind him. "Fellow Taoist Qingyun, what's going on?" Xia Tianhong frowned and asked, Everyone, please take a seat. Fang Qingyan was in no hurry to explain. After everyone sat down again, he said in a deep voice, "The reason why I gathered everyone today is because for the past year, all of you have sent me messages asking about Su Zimo. Of course, I know your intentions as well." Prince Yuanzhua, Xie Tianhong, and the other three exchanged glances with a tacit understanding. Everyone present more or less knew about the feud between Su Zimo and one another. Prince Yuanzhua smiled. To think that apart from me, there are actually so many experts who want to kill this person. I don't have any feud with him. I was merely entrusted by senior sister Meng, Yao, to take his life. Heaven Immortal Gui Yuan said indifferently. Pang, Yi said coldly, "My brother was killed by him. I'm going to make him pay with his blood." Xie Tianhong did not explain. The reason why he wanted to deal with Su Zimo was entirely to curry favor with Zither Immortal Meng Yao. After everyone was done, Fang Qingyan spoke slowly. "Fellow Taoists, pardon me for being blunt. It won't be easy to deal with Su Zimo now. He has just advanced to the Heaven Immortal Realm. Any one of us can kill him with ease. What's so difficult about that?" Prince Yuanzhua sneered. "All we have to do is find an opportunity and wait for him to leave Heaven and Earth Academy." Fang Qingyan was silent. Since the sect master of the academy had once set a gag order, he naturally did not dare to tell outsiders about what happened in the inner sect. When Pang Yi saw Fang Qingyan's silence, he thought that the latter was in a difficult position on account of their relationship as fellow sect mates. "Fellow Taoist Qingyan, if Su Zimo were to leave Heaven and Earth Academy, all you have to do is send us the news. You don't have to do anything." Fang Qingyan shook his head. "Even if he leaves Heaven and Earth Academy, it won't be easy to kill him in the territory of Divine Firmament Mainland. Su Zimo was taken in by the sect master as an in-name disciple. In Divine Firmament Mainland, if Prince Yuanzhua and the others mobilized a large number of experts to kill Su Zimo, there was a high chance that the sect master would sense it." "Brother Qingyan, what do you mean by that?" Prince Yuanzhua could tell that Fang Qingyan was implying something. Fang Qingyan did not explain. "In any case, the reason why I gathered everyone here today is to tell you guys not to act rashly and alert the enemy. It's not impossible to deal with Su Zimo, but we have to wait patiently for an opportunity. Everyone, don't worry. If there's a good opportunity, I'll tell you right away. At that time, please use all your strength and do not understand him. We'll kill him then." Xie Tianhong replied, "That's good enough. There's no hurry to kill him right away. However, everyone wants a piece of the pie. At that time, let's see who will be the one who can get the kill on him." Prince Yuanzhua narrowed his eyes. "If our 4 factions join forces and wait for an opportunity, he'll definitely die." Fiend Domain. After 1,000 years, Tianhuang sect grew extremely quickly in this corner of the Fiend Domain. Heavenly Wolf had the memories and experience of his previous life and was once the 7 emotions Fiend King. He was extremely familiar with how to expand his territory, devour and annex places. In this aspect, there was no one more suitable than Heavenly Wolf. In the first few decades, the martial Tao Prime Body stood in to help Heavenly Wolf deal with some tough opponents. Later on, the martial Tao Prime Body handed almost everything in Tianhuang sect to Heavenly Wolf and allowed the latter to manage and develop, while he chose to enter seclusion to divine the martial Tao. After 1,000 years, the territory of Tianhuang sect was dozens of times larger than before and had already become the strongest black-grade sect in the vicinity. Chapter 2289. 2289 Place of Death. 2289 Place of Death. Even though Tianhuang's sect was growing stronger by the day, it was difficult to break through its upper limit. Without a perfected immortal presiding over things, no matter how much territory it annexed or how many disciples it had, it would still be a black-grade sect. For the past 1,000 years, the martial Tao Prime Body had never stopped deducing the dermic formulation of the martial Tao. The many cultivation techniques and secret skills sent over by the Green Lotus True Body, such as the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, which was a taboo mystic classic, were of great help to him and he comprehended them. However, he still had a long way to go before he could deduce the next step of cultivation. In that 1,000 years, although Tianhuang's sect was established and expanded continuously, the martial Tao Prime Body did not meet any other old friends of Tianhuang mainland. The martial Tao Prime Body was not surprised about that. The Fiend domain was ranked alongside the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and was vast. The Green Lotus True Body had ascended for many years, but he had only met an old friend who came from Tianhuang mainland hundreds of thousands of years ago. The martial Tao Prime Body was in a corner of the Fiend domain. It was not so easy to meet old friends. All these years, the martial Tao Prime Body had not expended any cultivation resources, and his cultivation realm had not advanced at all. He was still at the perfected level 9 Fate Ring realm. For the current martial Tao Prime Body, Essence Spirit Stones and Essence Spirit Liquid were useless. Without the dermic formulation for the next step of cultivation, no amount of cultivation resources would be of any help to him. As for Heavenly Wolf, his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds with the help of his previous life's memories and a large number of cultivation resources. Actually, in a sense, Heavenly Wolf could be considered as a reincarnated immortal and was even stronger than immortal Tai Hua and Feng Yin. In their previous lives, Tai Hua and Feng Yin were only perfected immortals. As for Heavenly Wolf, he was the 7 emotions Fiend King in his previous life and had once followed Emperor Bosun. In terms of experience, be it for cultivation or general matters, he was far superior to others. With a secret skill, Heavenly Wolf improved the body of this moon, devouring Heavenly Wolf by a few levels. He had practically undergone a complete transformation. 1,000 years ago, the moon devouring Heavenly Wolf was only a grade 9 black immortal. But now his cultivation realm had already broken through to the Heaven Essence realm. Even Yin Ting could not match such a cultivation speed. As for Yen Beichen, he had the Hatred Sutra as a foundation, and the hatred in his heart was strong. It had already seeped into his bones, and his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds after cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra. Of course, although Yen Beichen's cultivation increased rapidly, he could not compare to Heavenly Wolf, who had the memories of his previous life. In 1,000 years, Yen Beichen had already cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth immortal. That cultivation speed was extremely terrifying as well. Many fiend techniques were unorthodox and allowed users to cultivate at an extremely fast speed. However, the accompanying backlash was extremely obvious as well. Back when Yen Beichen cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, it was because his essence spirit was severely injured and was almost at the end of its road. Even the martial Tao Prime Body was helpless. The only way to save his life was to cultivate the Fiend Obsession Sutra. Back then, Heavenly Wolf had once said that cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra would only suppress Yen Beichen's essence spirit injuries temporarily and ease them. If anything unexpected happened, history would repeat itself in the future. For the past 1,000 years, while Tianhuang's sect grew, it was also searching for healing immortal herbs that could heal the essence spirit. However, such immortal herbs were way too precious, even in other parts of the Fiend domain or some massive sect or faction. They might not be able to find it, let alone this remote corner of the Fiend domain. This day, the martial Tao Prime Body was in seclusion when the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside. The intruder was extremely fast. "Master," Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart sank. He could tell that there was something unusual in Heavenly Wolf's voice and understood that something major might have happened. He opened his eyes and broke out of seclusion. "What's going on?" The martial Tao Prime Body asked bluntly. "Yen Beichen can't take it anymore." Heavenly Wolf shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. At this cultivation realm, he could transform into a human. Right now, the person standing in front of Suzemo was a burly man with short, silver hair and a ferocious expression. Heavenly Wolf did not have much feelings for Yen Beichin. However, he knew that the martial Tao Prime Body had a deep relationship with Yen Beichin, and he could not hide this matter. His essence, spirit injuries. The martial Tao Prime Body asked. Heavenly Wolf nodded and said, I've already said that cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra can only suppress his essence, spirit injuries at most. It can't be healed and can explode at any moment. Previously, he was in seclusion cultivation and was prepared to break through the barrier of the heaven essence realm. Unexpectedly, he failed and his essence, spirit injuries exploded. Even the obsession fiend, Qi, could not suppress his injuries. Where is he? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. The main hall of Tianhuang sect. Heavenly Wolf replied. Without saying anything, the martial Tao Prime Body moved and headed for the main hall of Tianhuang sect. Before long, he arrived outside. In the hall, Yen Beichin leaned against a chair with a pale expression. His eyes were half opened and his life force was weak. It was clear that he was at the end of his road. Apart from him, there were 7 other heaven immortal experts in the hall. There were men and women, and their cultivation realms were extremely high. They were all at the level of grade 8 or 9 heaven immortals. When the heaven immortal experts saw the martial Tao Prime Body arrive, they shuddered and stood up hurriedly. They had heard of this person's notorious reputation. The 7 of them knew that although Heavenly Wolf was in charge of Tianhuang sect on the surface, the true master of Tianhuang sect was the mysterious purple-robed man with a silver mask. The martial Tao Prime Body arrived before Yen Beichin and released his spirit consciousness to scan the latter's body. He frowned beneath the silver mask with a grim expression. Yen Beichin was in an extremely bad condition. To be precise, if not for the obsession fiend Qi cultivated from the Fiend Obsession Sutra to maintain the remnant life force in Yen Beichin's body, he would have died a long time ago. You're here. As though he sensed something, Yen Beichin tried his best to open his eyes. He glanced at Suzemo and his lips twitched as he forced a smile. Ooh, ooh. In his embrace, the white sable whimpered softly in extreme sadness. I can't hold on any longer and can't fight with you anymore. You'll have to walk down this path alone in the future. Yen Beichin said with difficulty. He had to rest a few times in between just to say that sentence. Brother Yen, there must be a way to save you. The martial Tao Prime Body turned to Heavenly Wolf and asked, You once said that the complete cultivation technique that Emperor Bo Sun cultivated is the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. If we find the other Buddha Karma Sutra, won't we be able to save his life? There's indeed hope, but... Heavenly Wolf had a troubled expression and paused for a moment before saying, The reason why Emperor Bo Sun imparted the Fiend Obsession Sutra to me was so that I could control the Mara Mask. Only obsession can sever the 7 emotions. However, I don't know the Buddha Karmic Sutra at all. You don't, but Emperor Bo Sun definitely does. The martial Tao Prime Body said blandly. However, Emperor Bo Sun has already died for many years. Heavenly Wolf said. Furthermore, he doesn't have any disciples at all. It's impossible for anyone in this world to understand the complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. You said that Emperor Bo Sun died in the pure land of bliss. The martial Tao Prime Body asked again. That's right. Heavenly Wolf nodded. Thereafter, as though he recalled something, a look of fear flashed through his eyes as he asked with a trembling voice, Why you're not thinking of going to the place where Emperor Bo Sun died to look for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, right? That's the only place where I can find the complete cultivation technique. The martial Tao Prime Body said in a deep voice. See crazy. Heavenly Wolf shook his head repeatedly. That's impossible. There's no way we can get to that place at all. Where did he die? The martial Tao prime body asked again with a burning gaze. In. Heavenly Wolf hesitated for a long time before saying slowly, Avicii. Chapter 2290. 2290 Death of Bo Sun. 2290 Death of Bo Sun. Avicii. Even with the temperament of the martial Tao prime body, his expression changed slightly when he heard those words. In an ancient era of the upper world, the Buddhist monasteries gave birth to a supreme expert who refined his flesh into a purgatory in order to suppress many evil demons. In order to suppress this purgatory, this expert created an unprecedented supreme weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. The taboo, mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, was etched within the tripod. The four walls of a tripod are fused with the souls of the four sacred beasts, causing the Hell Suppression Tripod's power to increase significantly. This supreme expert's Tao title was Infinite, and he was known throughout the world as the Infinite Great Emperor. The purgatory refined from the flesh of the Infinite Great Emperor was Avicii. The martial Tao prime body could understand why the Infinite Great Emperor created Avicii in the pure land of bliss back then. After all, the Infinite Great Emperor came from the pure land of bliss to begin with. However, how did Emperor Bo Sun die in Avicii? According to what you said, the Infinite Great Emperor was a supreme expert of the ancient era and has been around for hundreds of millions of years. However, Emperor Bo Sun was an expert of this generation. Why would he be buried in Avicii? The martial Tao prime body asked with a frown. Throughout history, Avicii has always been a forbidden ground of the upper world. Heavenly Wolf said. It's said that even emperors won't be able to escape the moment they fall into Avicii. There are three infinites: infinite time, infinite space, and infinite suffering. After the infinite era was the longevity era, and thereafter came the current era. It's said that the longevity great emperor of the past came to the heavenly world and stood in front of Avicii for a long time. In the end, he did not step foot into it. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Even a great emperor of another era did not dare to step foot into Avicii and was wary. It was clear how terrifying this purgatory was. But what has this got to do with Emperor Bo Sun? The martial Tao prime body asked. Heavenly Wolf was immersed in his memories. After a long time, he said slowly, My master severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He possessed a Buddha and fiend body that was unprecedented and was only a half step away from becoming a great emperor. Nobody in the current era of the heavenly world is a match for my old master. After my old master unified the fiend domain, he was prepared to conquer the pure land of bliss and finally flatten the 9 firmament immortal domain to unify the entire heavenly world. However, this action made the emperors of the pure land of bliss and 9 firmament immortal domain feel immensely threatened. Therefore, the emperors of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss joined forces with the emperors of other domains, and more than 20 emperors joined forces to kill my old master. The location of that battle was at Tai Wei Mountain in the pure land of bliss. The martial Tao prime body asked. Emperor Bo Sun didn't have anyone supporting him. Heavenly Wolf said, Everything happened so suddenly. My old master only had a single good friend by his side, an emperor of the sword world. The martial Tao prime body was silent. This was equivalent to Emperor Bo Sun and the emperor of the sword world fighting 1 against 10. An emperor of the sword world. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body as he pondered in deep thought. My master has the body of a Buddha and fiend, and his cultivation of the Buddhist and fiend Taos far surpasses other emperors. Coupled with powerful emperor weapons such as the Ji-Du saber and the Mara mask, he's almost immortal. Heavenly Wolf said, the immortal emperors of the 9 firmament immortal domain, and the monks of the pure land of bliss knew that even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill my old master. As long as my old master did not die and his injuries were healed, it would be the end for them once he made a comeback. When he heard that, the martial Tao Prime Body realized a fact, and he blurted, so they knew that they could not kill Emperor Bo's son and joined forces to send him to Avicii. That's right. Heavenly Wolf nodded. The truth was as those immortal emperors expected. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they could not kill my old master and merely injured him severely. On our side, we suffered immense losses and more than half of us died. After that battle, more than half of the 9 firmament immortal domain changed owners. Although Heavenly Wolf's tone was calm, the martial Tao Prime Body could still sense the tragic battle of the past from his tone. Immortal emperors were already existences that stood at the peak of the upper world, but they still died. My old master was severely injured and could not defend against their attacks. Eventually, he was sent to Avicii, and I was severely injured as well. There's no way to heal in Avicii. There are countless malevolent ghosts inside that were biting and devouring the flesh of my old master at all times. The malevolent ghosts in Avicii were also incredible experts in the past. Heavenly Wolf's expression dimmed slightly. My old master was severely injured and could not defend against it. Eventually, he died and his life force dissipated in Avicii. No living beings that enter Avicii can leave. Pausing for a moment, Heavenly Wolf added with deep tremor in his eyes, as though he had a lingering fear when he recalled that terrifying experience. Not necessarily. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body said, "At the very least, you escaped from Avicii. I'm puzzled about that as well." Heavenly Wolf said, "At that time, something happened in Avicii, and it swayed continuously, as though it could collapse at any moment. Thereafter, I seized the opportunity to escape. For some reason, the health suppression tripod fell into Tianhuang mainland in the lower worlds at the same time." The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "That Emperor of the Sword World knows the 3 great sword arts, right?" "That's right." Heavenly Wolf nodded. The martial Tao Prime Body closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Gradually, he sorted out the entire matter and said, "In other words, the battle of Emperor Bo Sun's death probably happened during the primordial era of Tianhuang mainland. It was also because of this battle that the 3 great sword arts ended up in Tianhuang mainland. Later on, tens of thousands of years ago, a huge change happened in Avicii, causing you and the hell suppression tripod to fall to the lower worlds at the same time." At that point, the martial Tao Prime Body paused for a moment before saying, "There's something else that I don't know. When did the hell suppression tripod shatter? Was it the infinite era, the longevity era, or was it in that unforeseen event tens of thousands of years ago?" "That's impossible." Heavenly Wolf jumped in shock. "The hell suppression tripod is an emperor weapon. Who in the current era can shatter it?" The martial Tao Prime Body remained silent. Initially, he thought that the search for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra was related to Emperor Bosun. To think that the infinite Great Emperor as well as an unprecedented battle of the past would be implicated. The search for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra might be even more difficult than he had imagined. "Prepare yourself to move at any moment," the martial Tao Prime Body said firmly. "We're still going." Heavenly Wolf winced with a resistant expression. "Avicii is a forbidden ground of the upper world, and we won't be able to return. What if we end up losing our lives instead of being able to save Yen Beichen? It's not for certain that we won't be able to return." The martial Tao Prime Body said, "Without the suppression of the hell suppression tripod, there should be life force and openings in Avicii. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape back then." Even though he said that, the martial Tao Prime Body was not confident. That was merely his speculation. He did not know what dangers he would encounter on this trip to the pure land of bliss. Everything was unknown. The only thing the martial Tao Prime Body was certain of was that no matter how dangerous the path ahead was, he had to do his best to extend Yen Beichen's life. Chapter 2291 2291 Meru World 2291 Meru World. When Heavenly Wolf saw that Su Zimo was determined, he rolled his eyes and laughed dryly. Master, I'll prepare a map of the pure land of bliss for you right away. You can set off with brother Yen Beichen at any moment. Pausing for a moment, he patted his chest and said heroically, Leave Tianhuang's sect to me. Don't worry, Master. I won't let anything happen to Tianhuang's sect. Master, the heavens will bless you, and you will definitely be able to resolve all dangers in this trip. Every day, I'll lead everyone from Tianhuang sect to pray for your victory. The martial Tao Prime Body glanced sideways, expressionlessly on his cold silver mask. Heavenly Wolf felt uncomfortable from the gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body, and his goosebumps rose. His thoughts seemed to be completely exposed under the gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body said calmly, If I head to the pure land of bliss, I'll definitely bring you along. What for? Heavenly Wolf wailed, I don't want to go. That place was a nightmare for him. Die alone if you want to. Don't drag me along. Heavenly Wolf cursed internally. Furthermore, if the martial Tao Prime Body died inside, he would be able to regain his freedom completely and would be overjoyed. The martial Tao Prime Body said, Even if there's a map and I can find Avicii, I don't know the situation within. You're the only one who can find Emperor Bo Sun's corpse, since you once stayed there for a period of time. It's too big inside, and I can't find it either. Heavenly Wolf waved it off hurriedly and shook his head repeatedly. You won't be able to hide from this. The martial Tao Prime Body said, You had better pray that we can all return alive. If we leave, what about Tianhuang's sect? Heavenly Wolf asked again. The martial Tao Prime Body looked at the 7 heaven immortal experts standing not far behind Heavenly Wolf and said indifferently, Haven't you subdued and recruited a few loyal subordinates all these years? You can hand it over to them for the time being. Although the martial Tao Prime Body made that statement nonchalantly, Heavenly Wolf's heart skipped a beat. For the past 1,000 years, he made use of the secret skill of the Fiend domain in the past to subdue the 7 Grade 8 and 9 Heaven Immortals with the greatest potential and combat strength in the vicinity. He named the 7 of them the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals and controlled Tianhuang's sect. They corresponded to the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and lust. If the martial Tao Prime Body could not break through, and he entered the perfected one realm first to become a perfected fiend, he would be able to break free from the restriction placed on his essence, spirit, by the martial Tao Prime Body. The 7 emotions Fiend Generals were existences with the highest chance of entering the perfected one realm and becoming perfected fiends. At that time, with the help of the 7 emotions Fiend Generals, he would be able to control Tianhuang sect completely and break free from the control of the martial Tao Prime Body. That would be the day he would become the true 7 emotions Fiend King once more. These were merely thoughts Heavenly Wolf harbored, but he did not dare to pin too much hope on them, nor did he mention them to anyone else lest the martial Tao Prime Body was alerted. At that moment, Heavenly Wolf could not help but feel guilty when the martial Tao Prime Body suddenly mentioned this. When Heavenly Wolf saw that he could not avoid it, he could only resign to his fate. Coughing gently, he turned to look at the 7 emotions Fiend Generals behind him and said in a deep voice, I'll leave Tianhuang's sect to you guys for the time being. During this period of time, don't provoke other sects and factions and develop in a low-profile manner. Additionally, the news of my departure with the sect master must not spread. Only the 7 of you shall know about it. Understood. The 7 emotions fiend generals agreed at the same time. Heavenly Wolf waved his hand, and the 7 emotions demon generals understood and bid farewell. Brother Yen, let's go. The martial Tao Prime Body said before looking at Heavenly Wolf, indicating for the latter to transform into his true form and carry Yen Beichin on his back. Heavenly Wolf had a troubled expression. We haven't left the territory of Tianhuang sect yet. If I transform and carry him out, it'll be really embarrassing if we're seen by the cultivators of Tianhuang sect. The martial Tao Prime Body remained silent and glared at Heavenly Wolf through the cold Mara mask with deep eyes. When Heavenly Wolf recalled the torture of thousands of years and the methods of the martial Tao Prime Body, he shuddered and hurriedly transformed into his moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf form. One has to bow down when they're under someone else's roof. Heavenly Wolf muttered internally, "Things will change after I advance to the perfected One realm and break free from the restriction. Just wait and see, humph." Zimo, don't go. Yen Beichin's expression dimmed, and he no longer had the strength to straighten his body. He could only lie on Heavenly Wolf's back with a weak voice. Brother Yen, there's no need to say more for the relationship between us. The martial Tao Prime Body shook his head gently and took a step forward, removing the white sable on Yen Beichin. When the white sable saw that it was about to separate from Yen Beichin, it struggled continuously and squeaked. It's a dangerous trip, and the future is uncertain. We might not make it back alive. It's better for you not to follow. The martial Tao Prime Body said, I'm sure Brother Yen wouldn't want you to take the risk as well. Yen Beichin no longer had the strength to speak and merely nodded. The white sable no longer struggled and merely looked at Yen Beichin in a daze. Its eyes were filled with deep reluctance and a crystalline glint. The martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath and placed the white sable aside. He patted Heavenly Wolf and whispered, Let's go to the teleportation formation. As Tianhuang's sect grew and expanded continuously, they discovered a large teleportation formation in an ancient ruin. However, it was corroded by time and was already dilapidated. Heavenly Wolf was the one who used his memories to repair the teleportation formation. Even with a spirit vessel, it would take them hundreds of days to head to the pure land of bliss. Nobody knew what other changes might happen during such a long journey. Yen Beichin could not hold on for that long. The only way to reach the pure land of bliss right away was by making use of the large teleportation formation. For this trip to the pure land of bliss, the martial Tao Prime Body did not bring anyone else except Yen Beichin and Heavenly Wolf. That was Avicii, and it was useless no matter how many people he brought. Before long, the two of them arrived at the teleportation formation. For a successful teleportation, there must be large teleportation formations on both sides. Otherwise, the teleportation would fail. Heavenly Wolf took out a map and compared it carefully. He found a place that was closer to the pure land of bliss, where there was also a teleportation formation mark. After determining the location, the martial Tao Prime Body activated the teleportation formation, and the three of them disappeared from the fiend domain. After a long time, the three of them finally broke free from the feeling of the world spinning and regained their 5 senses. A resplendent light flashed, and the three of them landed on the ground, arriving at an unfamiliar place. The martial Tao Prime Body looked around and could not find any traces of a teleportation formation. Heavenly Wolf took out a map and compared it. Something must have happened to this teleportation formation, causing a deviation in our teleportation. However, we're closer to the pure land of bliss. If we continue in this direction, we should be able to reach the pure land of bliss in less than a day and see Great Tai Wei Mountain. Heavenly Wolf pointed in a direction. Great Tai Wei Mountain. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Previously, Heavenly Wolf said that Avicii was on Tai Wei Mountain. What was this Great Tai Wei Mountain? Although the martial Tao prime body had ascended to the upper world for many years, his understanding of the heavenly world was far inferior to Heavenly Wolf. Heavenly Wolf said the Pure Land of Bliss is also known as the Pure Land and Meru world. Mount Meru is in the center and is surrounded by 8 mountains with seawater separating the mountains. That's why it's called the 9 mountains and 8 oceans. Great Tai Wei Mountain and Tai Wei Mountain are both part of the 9 mountains. Tai Wei is Sanskrit. In human language, it's called Vajra. Therefore, Tai Wei Mountain is also known as Vajra Mountain and Vajra Wheel Mountain. Chapter 2292. 2292 Ashoka Tree. 2292 Ashoka Tree. Vajra Wheel Mountain. A divine glint flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body when he heard that name. In that case, Great Tai Wei Mountain could also be called Great Vajra Wheel Mountain. In Tianhuang mainland, there was a style in the Ming-Wang Dermic seal known as the Great Vajra Wheel seal. The 2 names were identical and should not be a coincidence. The origin of the Great Vajra Wheel seal should have come from Great Vajra Wheel Mountain of the Pure Land of Bliss. On Heavenly Wolf's back, Yen Beichen's eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was feeble. He did not have much life force to begin with and was already extremely weak. After the torment of the teleportation formation, he could no longer withstand it and fainted. The martial Tao prime body scanned with his spirit consciousness and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yen Beichen's life was temporarily fine. Heavenly Wolf carried the unconscious Yen Beichen and followed behind the martial Tao prime body, recounting many information about the Pure Land of Bliss to the latter. About 2 hours later, a pitch-black thick line appeared in the horizon at the front and extended endlessly. That's Great Tai Wei Mountain. Heavenly Wolf looked at the black line in the horizon. To be precise, Great Tai Wei Mountain doesn't seem like a mountain peak. Instead, it's more like a mountain range that spans millions of kilometers and revolves around the Pure Land of Bliss. In other words, every living being that wishes to enter the Pure Land of Bliss has to cross this Grand Tai Wei Mountain. The Pure Land of Bliss was ranked alongside the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and the Fiend Domain. How long was this mountain range to be able to surround the entire Pure Land of Bliss? Before long, the martial Tao prime body arrived at the foot of Great Tai Wei Mountain. From afar, one could not understand the grandeur of this mountain range. One could only feel how insignificant they were when they stood at the foot of the mountain. The mountain range was pitch black and looked incomparably tough. It was endless and was even more majestic than the coiling Dragon Mountain range of divine Firmament Mainland, emitting a divine might of the Buddhist monasteries. The mountain range was like a sturdy wall that protected the Pure Land and blocked countless evil and filth. All living beings could only reach the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries after crossing the wall. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body raised his fist and punched Great Tai Wei Mountain before him. Bang! The martial Tao prime body used 70% of his strength for that punch, but Great Tai Wei Mountain did not budge at all. In fact, no rocks on the mountain surface even crumbled. On the other hand, the martial Tao prime body felt pain in his palm. Heavenly Wolf laughed. Great Tai Wei Mountain is impenetrable, indestructible, and does not corrode with time. That is why it's called the Vajra. It is as strong as an indestructible diamond. Back then, even in the battle between my old master and more than 20 emperors of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss, this mountain could not be shaken. It's clear what sort of noble power this mountain possesses. The martial Tao prime body no longer tried and was prepared to ascend the mountain. According to the map, one had to cross Great Tai Wei Mountain and a strait before they could see Tai Wei Mountain. Avicii was in Tai Wei Mountain. I thought of something. Right then, Heavenly Wolf suddenly said, "Actually, we don't have to go under Avicii to save Yen Beichen. Furthermore, Even if we obtain the complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, we might not be able to save his life. In the heavenly world, immortal herbs and elixirs that can heal essence spirit injuries are extremely rare. There's one in the pure land of bliss called the Ashoka tree. Ashoka tree. The martial Tao prime body asked instead, one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries. The martial Tao prime body was extremely familiar with the Ashoka tree. Back then, Dai Yu took away a siraka flower at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and planted it in his dantian to replace his spirit root. Later on, she even helped him repair his golden core and tide through a calamity. The Buddhist sutras of Tianhuang mainland recorded the legend of the 3 sacred trees. It was said that Buddha was born beneath the Ashoka tree and obtained his Tao under the Bodhi tree, undergoing nirvana beneath the Sal tree. That was also the reason why the siraka flower possessed the power of life, allowing Su Zimo's shattered golden core to be resurrected. At that thought, a realization flashed through the martial Tao prime body's mind. In other words, the power of life on the Ashoka tree can heal Brother Yan's essence spirit. Heavenly Wolf said, "To be precise, only the siraka fruit can do it." The siraka fruit is the crystallization of the Ashoka tree's life force and is equivalent to a fruit of life. The other siraka flowers don't have enough life force. However, physical injuries are naturally no problem for them still. Where's the Ashoka tree? The martial Tao prime body asked again. The Ashoka tree was one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries and was definitely guarded by countless accomplished monks. However, it was better than a forbidden ground that even great emperors had to shrink back from. It would naturally be best if they could avoid Avicii. The Ashoka tree was originally on Tai Wei Mountain. When Heavenly Wolf said that, he paused for a moment with a strange expression. Originally, the martial Tao prime body could tell that Heavenly Wolf was implying something and asked with a frown, "What do you mean by that?" Heavenly Wolf said, "The Ashoka tree was originally on Tai Wei Mountain, and the entrance to Avicii was not far away. However, the battle between my old master and more than 20 emperors was also on Tai Wei Mountain. The Ashoka tree was implicated and was long shattered. The Ashoka tree is dead." The martial Tao prime body asked. "Yes." Heavenly Wolf nodded. A spirit tree, like the Ashoka tree, was condensed from the fortune of a world. It was similar to the heavenly world's builder tree. At the very least, there could not be a second one in the pure land of bliss. The Ashoka tree hasn't been resurrected after so many years. The martial Tao prime body asked again. Heavenly Wolf shook his head. In that battle back then, the Ashoka tree was shattered and its life force was severed. There was definitely no way it could be resurrected. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Although the Ashoka tree is dead, if we can find the scattered siraka fruit, we can still heal Yen Beichen's essence spirit injuries." "I see." The martial Tao prime body remained silent. No matter what, he had to check out Tai Wei Mountain first. The Ashoka tree had once grown there as well, and there might be traces of the siraka fruit on Tai Wei Mountain. "I see." Halfway up the peak, the martial Tao prime body suddenly muttered to himself. "What?" Heavenly Wolf asked instinctively. The martial Tao prime body said, "Back then the battle between Emperor Bosun and more than 20 emperors affected a huge area, and there's a high chance that a passage to Tianhuang mainland in the lower worlds was accidentally opened up. That's the reason why the 2 sword arts were left behind in Tianhuang mainland. Because the Ashoka tree was destroyed, the siraka flower at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley should have floated down from Tai Wei Mountain during the battle that destroyed Bosun. The creation green lotus, the only sacred item in the world, should have been in the upper world. However, it appeared in Tianhuang mainland. That was strange. According to Heavenly Wolf, emperors of the Buddhist monasteries took part in the battle to kill Bosun and suffered immense losses. There was a high chance that the creation green lotus belonged to an emperor of the Buddhist monasteries who died in that battle. Eventually, the creation green lotus and the siraka flower fell to Tianhuang mainland together. By some freak coincidence, these divine objects of Tianhuang mainland changed the fates of many people, such as the Buddha Emperor and Sword Emperor of the ancient era. However, in this generation, they contributed to Su Zimo's rise. Chapter 2293 2293 Azura Monastery 2293 Azura Monastery. Great Tai Wei Mountain was extremely tall, and the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf climbed for most of the day without resting. By the time the three of them arrived at the peak, it was already dusk. Not far away stood a row of stone walls that were mottled with time. The stone walls extended endlessly along Great Tai Wei Mountain. Through the stone walls, one could see the corners of some ancient structures that exuded a calm Zen aura. It resembled a monastery. Where is Tai Wei Mountain? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. Under normal circumstances, we should be able to reach Tai Wei Mountain after crossing Great Tai Wei Mountain and a strait. Heavenly Wolf said. In other words, they had to cross the stone walls if they wanted to continue forward. The martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf took a few steps forward and saw a door. A plaque hung on the door beam with two words, Azura Monastery. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Yen Beichen's Tao title was the Azura. To think that there would be an Azura monastery here. Was this a coincidence, or was something else at play? Could it be predestined for Yen Beichen to arrive here? How much do you know about Azura Monastery? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. I'm not sure. Heavenly Wolf shook his head. Back, when I followed my old master and fought against the emperors of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and the pure land of bliss here, this monastery did not exist. I wonder when it was established. Under the shroud of twilight, Azura Monastery exuded a sinister aura. Nobody knew anything about Azura Monastery and what grade of sect or faction it was. If it was a black grade monastery, the situation would be fine. According to the ranking of the Heavenly World sects, the highest cultivation realm in a black grade monastery was a grade 9 heaven immortal. That was of no threat to the martial Tao Prime Body. However, things would be difficult if it was an earth grade monastery. Being able to reach earth grade meant that the monastery had a perfected one realm expert presiding over things. The perfected one realm was divided into 4 levels: Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void. Given the current combat strength of the martial Tao Prime Body, he could only defeat Convergence perfected immortal experts if he attacked with all his might. If he encountered experts at the Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void realms, he could only avoid them for now. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and did not barge in rashly. Instead, he knocked on the monastery door gently. Dong! 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 After knocking a few times, the martial Tao Prime Body stood in front of the entrance of the monastery and waited patiently. If he wanted to continue forward, he could only pass through Azura Monastery. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded from inside and arrived at the door. Who's there? A question sounded from within. The martial Tao Prime Body said in a deep voice, I'm Desolate Martial, and I get to the pure land of bliss through your monastery. Please make an exception. There was a squeaking sound. The door of the monastery opened slowly, and 2 bald monks appeared. They wore monk robes, and their cultivation realms were not high. They were only at the black immortal realm. The 2 monks sized up the martial Tao Prime Body and stared at the Mara mask for a long time, but could not make out anything. Not only could the Mara mask cover his face, it could also block spirit consciousness detection. Coupled with the fact that the Prime Body cultivated the martial Tao, even a perfected immortal would not be able to see through the depths of the Prime Body. let alone the two monks whose cultivations were insufficient. The gazes of the two monks landed on Heavenly Wolf behind the martial Tao prime body. Heavenly Wolf was gigantic with a ferocious gaze and a murderous aura. The expressions of the two monks changed slightly. When the two monks looked at Yen Beichin on Heavenly Wolf's back, they frowned at the same time. Fiend domain cultivators! The two monks hollered. Although Yen Beichen was unconscious, he cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, and the Obsession Fiend Qi that maintained the remaining life force in his body was extremely rich. Cultivators of the Fiend domain are not allowed to step foot into the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. Extreme disgust appeared in the eyes of the two monks as they hollered, "Patrons, please leave!" With that said, the two monks returned to the monastery. The monastery's door closed with a loud boom. The martial Tao prime body stood in front of the closed monastery in silence. There were no emotions beneath his cold, silver mask. The conflict between Buddhists and fiends is even more intense than between immortals and fiends. They can barely coexist. Heavenly Wolf said, in the oldest records, the ancient fiend Bo-sun was born at the same time as the ancient Buddha. It was said that when the Buddha comprehended the Tao beneath the Bodhi tree, the ancient fiend Bo-sun led 8 billion fiends here, and a massive battle between the Buddhists and fiends broke out. The feud between the Buddhists and fiends have been around for a long time and are etched in their bones. The martial Tao prime body had heard of that legend as well. The legendary ancient fiend, Bo-sun, was the oldest, strongest, and most terrifying fiend. As for this generation's Emperor Bo-sun, he was truly strong as well. To think that he could comprehend the two dharmic Taos of Buddha and fiend to their limits, and reach the realm of Buddha and fiend coexisting. First came the ancient fiend Bo-sun, followed by Emperor Bo-sun. The feud between Buddhists and fiends had deepened continuously. Therefore, all disciples of the Buddhist sects were extremely sensitive to any mention of the fiends. Heavenly Wolf said, among the Buddhist cultivators, the fiend domain is considered as filthy soil and is the complete opposite of the pure land of bliss. If they knew that we were from the fiend domain, they would definitely not let us step foot into the pure land of bliss for fear that our filthy aura would contaminate the pure land of bliss. The martial Tao prime body remained silent the entire time. A moment later, he glanced sideways at the unconscious Yen Beichin. Yen Beichin's condition was getting worse, and it was unknown how much longer he could last. He did not have much time left. The martial Tao prime body did not wish to continue waiting by their rules. He reached out and pressed on the door of Azura Monastery, exerting strength. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the door of the monastery was shattered by a single palm strike from the martial Tao prime body, crumbling into pieces. Dust billowed and wood shavings splattered everywhere. The two monks from earlier on had yet to leave. When they turned around, they were shocked at what they saw. Neither of them expected that the purple-robed man with the silver mask would dare barge into Azura Monastery. Ow! Ow! Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichin and passed through the billowing dust, leaping into Azura Monastery murderously. He howled continuously in extreme excitement. Are we going to start a massacre? He could not wait any longer, and a ferocious glint flashed through his eyes. Licking his lips with his grisly red tongue, he glared at the two monks not far away and lunged forward with a deep growl. The two monks were only black immortals, and Heavenly Wolf was already at the level 1 heaven essence realm. Against the ferocious might of Heavenly Wolf, the two monks were so scared that their legs went limp and they could not move, let alone resist. A tragic stench surged over, and the two monks were about to suffocate with despair on their faces. Heavenly Wolf's mouth was about to devour the two monks when he suddenly stopped in midair, motionlessly. Ow! Right on the heels of that, Heavenly Wolf shrieked and nearly bit off his tongue. Unknowingly, the martial Tao Prime body had arrived behind Heavenly Wolf and reached out, yanking the latter's furry tail back. Heavenly Wolf's pounce was ferocious, and he was caught off guard by the sudden attack from the martial Tao Prime body behind him. He felt a burning pain on his butt, and his tail seemed to be snapped. Ow! Heavenly Wolf roared and turned to look at the martial Tao Prime body with a furious gaze. However, when he met with the cold gaze of the martial Tao Prime body, he softened instantly and his anger dissipated. He merely blinked and whimpered with an aggrieved expression. Behave yourself. The martial Tao Prime body said indifferently, Protect Yen Bei-chan well. You don't have to do anything. Chapter 2294. 2294 He's back. 2294 He's back. The martial Tao Prime body was here to save someone, not to kill. The monks of Azura Monastery were conflicted because of the feud between Buddhists and fiends. However, at the end of the day, the martial Tao Prime body did not have any deep feud with these monks. Su Zimo was a scholar. Although his heart was like a ferocious person, he was not a bloodthirsty person. It was different for Heavenly Wolf. He was the seven emotions fiend king to begin with and had followed Emperor Bosun to kill countless people in the fiend domain. Be it in his previous life or now, Heavenly Wolf could be considered as a pure fiend. If Heavenly Wolf were to attack, countless living beings in Azura Monastery would die. The two black immortal monks were scared out of their wits and could only watch helplessly as the martial Tao Prime body and the gigantic Heavenly Wolf passed above their heads, not daring to stop them. Who is there? How dare you barge into Azura Monastery? Halt! The commotion caused by the monastery's door shattering spread into the monastery before long. Figures appeared one after another at the front, speeding over with powerful auras. The martial Tao Prime body swept his spirit consciousness, and it was clear that the cultivations of these monks were much stronger. However, the strongest of them were only grade 9 Earth immortals. You guys can't stop me. Just disperse. The martial Tao Prime body said indifferently and waved his sleeves gently, releasing an incomparably powerful power that enveloped down. The dozens of monks at the front fell from midair before they could arrive. The monks landed on the ground without any injuries. However, everyone seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force of 1 billion pounds and could not soar into the air. They could only watch as the two of them and the wolf continued forward. Amitabha. Before long, the martial Tao Prime body heard a divine Sanskrit sound in the world. It sounded slowly with lingering echoes that struck one's heart. The Buddhist proclamation was a secret skill targeted at the Tao heart and wanted to shake the Tao heart of the martial Tao Prime body. Because Yen Bei-chen was unconscious, the Buddhist proclamation had no effect on him. As for Heavenly Wolf, he was once the seven emotions fiend king, and his Tao heart was even more unshakable. The fact that the martial Tao Prime body could condense the 10th-stone step of the Tao heart stairs meant that such impacts to the Tao heart were nothing to him. In the monastery at the front, figures soared into the air one after another. There were hundreds of monks, and they were all heaven immortals. Their leader wielded a Buddhist staff and had a benevolent expression. His eyes filled with compassion. The martial Tao Prime body stood above Azura Monastery and released his spirit consciousness that extended continuously, enveloping Azura Monastery completely and reflecting everything in the monastery in his heart. The few accomplished monks with the highest cultivation realms in Azura Monastery were all grade 9 heaven immortals. The old monk in the middle wielded a Buddhist staff. From his attire and bearing, he should be the abbot of Azura Monastery. In other words, Azura Monastery should only be a black-grade sect. Of course, deep underground in the monastery ahead, there was a faint but powerful aura of life. However, the life force fluctuation was almost imperceptible, as though it was asleep. Strange. A doubt rose in the heart of the martial Tao Prime body. Great Taiwei Mountain was the border of the Pure Land of Bliss and was the closest to Taiwei Mountain. This was a unique location. The fact that such a monastery was established here but was only a black grade faction without any perfected immortal experts was strange to begin with. Patron, the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries lies ahead. Please return the way you came. The abbot of Azura Monastery said in a deep voice, Patron, if you're willing to lay down your butcher's knife, Azura Monastery is willing to guide you. You can convert to Buddhism and wash away your filth as well as sever your ties to the mortal world. The abbot of Azura Monastery lowered his head. However, there was a compassionate glint in his eyes and his voice contained a divine might that was deafening. The lowered glance of a bodhisattva. This was a supreme secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. There was a saying in the Buddhist monasteries that the enraged gaze of the Vajra could not match the lowered gaze of the Bodhisattva. Back then, Buddha could purify many peerless fiends with a single sentence. It was clear how shocking this secret skill was. However, the martial Tao Prime Body's Tao heart was immovable. Even if Buddha was reborn, it was unknown if the martial Tao Prime Body could be converted, let alone this abbot of Azura Monastery before them. The martial Tao Prime Body extended his fair hands that were sparkling like jade and asked, I don't have a blade in my hands. How can I lay down the butcher's knife? The martial Tao Prime Body barged into Azura Monastery without killing anyone, and his hands were not stained with blood. You're wrong. The abbot of Azura Monastery had a calm expression as he smiled gently. The so-called butcher's knife does not refer to the blade in one's hands. Instead, it refers to malice, evil words, and actions. There's also all sorts of delusions, confusion, inversion of facts, attachments, and obsessions. Those are the blades in your heart, patron. The reason why I ask you to lay down the butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism is so that you can let go of your delusions, obsessions, and attachments. In that sense, you can become a Buddha right away. Abbot, have you let go of your attachments? The martial Tao Prime Body asked indifferently. Without waiting for the abbot of Azura Monastery to reply, the martial Tao Prime Body continued asking, If you've given up on attachments, why are you harping about Buddhists and fiends? Why are you stopping me from entering the pure land of bliss? The abbot of Azura Monastery still had his head lowered. However, the white brows on his eyes twitched slightly. It was clear that he was emotional. Although both parties did not attack, the exchange of words was also a form of clash. This was considered a wise Tao discussion of the Buddhist monasteries. When the abbot of Azura Monastery saw that the martial Tao Prime Body could react so quickly and say that he knew that the other party's comprehension of Buddhism was definitely not weaker than his. I'm here with no ill intentions. I'm only here to save someone. The martial Tao Prime Body continued. There's a saying in the Buddhist sutras that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If you refuse to let me into the pure land of bliss because of your attachments, the blade in your heart is the true invisible killer. If you insist on stopping me, Abbot, your obsession is probably not weaker than mine. The abbot of Azura Monastery took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself as he recited sutras to calm himself down. Against the sharpness of the martial Tao Prime Body, his Tao heart had already wavered. The martial Tao Prime Body continued, In addition, I'm puzzled. A supreme fiend who has killed countless people can become a Buddha the moment he lays down his butcher's knife. What about the innocent souls that died in his hands? Some people have done countless good deeds. However, as long as they commit a mistake, they will be scolded by thousands of people immediately, let alone given a chance to convert to Buddhism. What logic is that? Why are you guys so benevolent to fiends while so harsh to all other living beings in the world? Those words were like sharp swords that pierced the Tao heart of the abbot of Azura Monastery. His accusations shook the foundational beliefs of many Buddhist monks. The abbot of Azura Monastery's expression changed starkly, and his body swayed, almost unable to stand in midair. He looked at the martial Tao Prime body with fear in his eyes. The silver mask of the martial Tao Prime body was cold the entire time, and he did not reveal any emotions. However, at that moment, the abbot of Azura Monastery seemed to be able to see the dignified, divine, and benevolent face of a Dharma characteristic on the silver mask. A halo seemed to blossom behind the head of the martial Tao Prime body, and Buddhist light enveloped it. However, the eyes of the martial Tao Prime body were deep as an abyss, as though they contained immense fiend power. A Buddha from the fiend domain. The abbot of Azura Monastery's voice trembled slightly. A Buddha and fiend within the same body, coexisting as one. In the memories of Azura Monastery, the last person from the fiend domain who had such an understanding of Buddhism was the legendary Emperor Bo-Sun. "He's back! He's back!" The abbot of Azura Monastery roared as though he had gone mad. "Bo-Sun is back!" Chapter 2295 2295 Complete Defeat 2295 Complete Defeat Abbot, the monks exclaimed. The abbot of Azura Monastery was in a daze and had already fallen into a frenzied state. The compassion in his eyes vanished, leaving only endless panic and fear. All the monks had naturally heard of the Bo-Sun mentioned by the abbot of Azura Monastery. However, Emperor Bo-Sun had already died in Avicii for many years. How could he revive? Furthermore, although the purple-robed man before them wore a silver mask and looked mysterious, he was far from an expert like Emperor Bo-Sun. Although everyone from Azura Monastery could not tell the cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime body, they could sense that Heavenly Wolf was only a grade 1 Heaven Immortal and was of no threat. With a mount that was only a grade 1 Heaven Immortal, it could be deduced that the purple-robed man's cultivation realm was definitely not too high. At the very least, it would not exceed the Heaven Essence realm. How dare you, fiend? How dare you confuse the masses with your demonic words in the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries? Another grade 9 Heaven Immortal monk made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice, "Monks of Azura Monastery, listen up and join forces to suppress this fiend." The monks agreed, and hundreds of Heaven Immortal monks summoned their heaven-grade dharmic treasures one after another, releasing divine powers and secret skills that blanketed the skies as they surged over. Wind and rain. Bean soldiers. 3 heads, 6 arms. Buddha dragon elephant. Supreme divine powers burst forth one after another, and the energy fluctuation derived swept in all directions, causing the world to change and dust to fly. The chants of the Buddhas were endless and divine, as though they wanted to cleanse the world of all evil and filth. Heavenly Wolf was proficient in fiend techniques and was the most resistant against such divine powers and sacred Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries. However, although he was the 7 emotions fiend king in his previous life, his current cultivation was only at grade 1 Heaven Immortal. The divine might released by the supreme divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Heavenly Wolf growled repeatedly uneasily. The eyes of the martial Tao Prime body were deep, and there was no expression on his cold silver mask. He stood motionlessly in midair, and 9 purple halos burst forth behind him. Every single halo was intertwined with endless mysterious runes that condensed the will of the martial Tao. The power in the body of the martial Tao Prime body rose continuously, and his aura surged. The world seemed to have stopped. All the dharmic treasures and divine powers were motionless in midair. After a brief pause, the 9 fate rings blossomed and released countless mysterious runes. Purple chi spread and swept through everything. No matter the grade, many dharmic treasures were repelled by the 9 fate rings of the martial Tao Prime body. Many supreme divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries were suppressed by the power released by the 9 fate rings as well and dissipated on the spot, turning into heaven and earth essence chi. The monks of Azura Monastery were shocked. So many heaven immortal experts attacked at the same time, but they were all defeated by a single move from the purple-robed cultivator before them. In fact, the monks of Azura Monastery did not even know what the 9 purple halos surrounded by mysterious runes were. Could he be a perfected fiend? The hearts of the few grade 9 heaven immortal monks skipped a beat. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly spoke and roared. Myriad beings sound. It was as though there was a dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry, a crane's cry, a horse's neigh, a wolf's howl, an ape's cry, a tiger's roar, and a dog's bark. The cries of all living beings in the world interweaved and gathered at that moment, forming a roar that reverberated through the 9 heavens and shook the world. After the martial Tao prime body created this sound domain secret skill, he had only used it once. This sound domain secret skill was extremely powerful and was condensed by the prime body after he synthesized countless sound domain secret skills. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the dragon roar secret skill of the green lotus true body. This time round, the martial Tao prime body merely released 60% of his full strength. Even so, it was a devastating blow to the hundreds of Azura monastery monks before him. The Buddha chants and the roars of dragons and tigers dissipated instantly. Poof, poof, poof. Some low-level heaven immortals could not withstand it at all and spat out blood, falling from midair uncontrollably. Although the few grade 9 heaven immortals of Azura Monastery managed to defend against it, they felt their ears sting and their minds buzzed. Their minds went blank and they lost consciousness for the time being. The monks were utterly defeated. At the same time, something deep underground in the Azura hall ahead seemed to have been awakened by the myriad being's sound and released an incomparably domineering life fluctuation. Boom! The ground of Azura Monastery trembled as well. In the depths of Azura Monastery, there was an unassuming tomb where some Azura Monastery monks who had passed away were buried. Beside the tomb, there was an extremely simple straw hut that was on the verge of collapse, as though it would fall apart with a single gust of wind. The straw hut was short and dilapidated, not much different from the tombs beside it. It had no door, and it was empty and pitch-black inside. Right then, an old monk walked out slowly from the entrance of the straw hut. He wore a pitch-black monk robe and had no beard. However, his white brows were so long that they almost reached his shoulders. The old monk was scrawny and slightly hunched, making him look short. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes were cloudy. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the myriad being's sound before retracting his gaze. Arriving before a tomb, the old monk bent down slightly and removed the weeds around the tomb to clean it up. A tombstone stood on the tomb. The strange thing was that the tombstone was blank without any words. Suddenly, the old monk did something strange. Extending his withered hands, he gripped the edge of the tombstone and leaped up gently, climbing up slowly. Thereafter, the old monk tried his best to do a flip as he sat on the tombstone. With his back facing Azura Monastery, he gazed in the direction of the pure land of bliss in a daze. Azura Monastery. The martial Tao prime body merely released 9 fate rings and myriad beings sound without using his full strength. However, the monks of Azura Monastery were already wailing and could not defend against it. Fiend, even if you enter the pure land of bliss, arhats of the Buddhist monasteries will come and stop you. You won't be able to get far. A grade 9 heaven immortal monk hollered. Arhats were comparable to perfected immortals of the 9 firmament immortal domain and perfected fiends of the fiend domain. Despite the difference in their titles, they were all perfected one-realm cultivators. Is that so? The martial Tao prime body said indifferently, if they come, tell them to look for me in Avicii. Avicii. Upon hearing that word, the monks of Azura Monastery could not help but shudder. Naturally, they did not think that the martial Tao Prime Body would truly head to Avicii. After all, that was a forbidden ground that even great emperors would shrink back from. Throughout history, countless experts have been buried. Fiend, what is your purpose of barging into Azura Monastery and attempting to enter the pure land of bliss? A monk of Azura Monastery questioned loudly. The martial Tao Prime Body passed by the monks of Azura Monastery and suddenly paused. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If your monastery has the Soraka fruit, I can leave and not take a single step into the pure land of bliss." The Soraka fruit! A monk glared at him and shouted, "Fiend, you're here because you want the sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries, the Soraka fruit. We must not let him pass. Hurry and awaken it and release it to kill this fiend." Chapter 2296 2296 Battling the Azura 2296 Battling the Azura. Upon receiving the order, the monks guarding the main hall of Azura Monastery channeled their secret skills without any delays and released spirit lights into the ground of the main hall. Dong! There was a deafening bang. It was as though a terrifying life form was rising beneath Azura Monastery's main hall and was about to break out of the ground. The martial Tao Prime Body was expressionless as he advanced, with Heavenly Wolf following closely behind. No matter what danger you encounter, you just have to remember to protect Yen Bei-Chin and leave. Don't worry about me. The martial Tao Prime Body sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. All right. Heavenly Wolf agreed without hesitation. As he spoke, the martial Tao Prime Body had already arrived before the main hall of Azura Monastery. Boom! 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 Suddenly, gigantic cracks appeared on the ground of Azura Monastery's main hall, and dust billowed. Two thick arms extended from within. Splash! Immediately after, the two arms pushed against the ground, and a tall figure burst forth. It was so tall that it penetrated the dome of Azura Monastery's main hall. The figure was like an iron tower with rusty chains coiled around his body. Half naked, he exuded a savage and violent aura. The gigantic living being had a similar appearance to humans. However, it was extremely ugly and had two horns on its head that were slightly curved and extremely sharp. Roar! The living being widened its eyes and let out a deafening roar in the direction of the martial Tao Prime Body, causing air currents to surge. The main hall of Azura Monastery shook continuously against the roar and could collapse at any moment. When the living being roared, its blood chi surged and gigantic green veins popped up on its neck like coiled anaconda snakes. It was extremely terrifying. His physique is very strong. Before the martial Tao Prime Body fought, he could already sense the terrifying blood chi and powerful physique of the living being. The martial Tao Prime Body swept his spirit consciousness across, but could not tell the cultivation realm of the living being. What race is that? The martial Tao Prime Body asked with a frown. It's the Azura. Heavenly Wolf glared at the tall figure not far away and said sternly, "The Azura race is unlike humans, demons, ghosts, or gods. However, they are innately strong and possess extremely powerful combat strength. Their race cultivates differently from the other races, and outsiders can't detect their cultivation. However, if the Azura race enters the Perfected One realm, there will be obvious changes. They will grow an additional head and 2 more arms. If they advance to the Grotto Heaven realm and become Azura Kings, they will gain 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms. The martial Tao Prime Body murmured. That's right. Heavenly Wolf said, the supreme divine power, 3 heads, 6 arms, originated from the Azura race. If the Azura race advances to the Emperor realm, their number of heads won't increase. However, they will grow another pair of arms and become 8-armed Asuras. The martial Tao prime body did not know much about the Asura race and had never seen them before in Tianhuang mainland. Among the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was the Asura Tao, and he did not know what it had to do with the Asura race. However, when the martial Tao prime body knew the origin of the living being before him, he understood why this monastery was called Asura Monastery. Heavenly Wolf said, "Master, you can't be careless. The Asura race has an extremely strong physique, bloodline, and combat strength. They're definitely not weaker than the dragon and god races. Kill that fiend." A few monks of Asura Monastery shouted at the Asura. The Asura roared repeatedly and broke through the hall of Asura Monastery, charging towards the martial Tao prime body in huge strides. 9 fate rings condensed behind the martial Tao prime body, and his gaze intensified. Without retreating or dodging, he charged towards the Asura and punched. Compared to the indomitable Asura, the figure of the martial Tao prime body looked incomparably tiny. His counterattack was akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, the power and will released by the martial Tao prime body's punch was robust and majestic like a mountain, a deep sea, a volcano, and a tsunami. It was impossible to describe the pressure felt against that punch unless one was standing directly opposite the martial Tao prime body. A grim expression appeared on the Asura's face as well. "Roar!" He growled and raised his gigantic and tough fist as well, smashing down like a hammer against the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Bang! The fists collided and a dull thud sounded in midair, causing the world to tremble. The aftershock of the collision almost materialized and spread in all directions like ripples. Many structures in Asura Monastery collapsed one after another as dust billowed. The monks looked up at the 2 figures in midair with shocked expressions. They had not expected that the seemingly insignificant purple-robed man would be able to receive the Asura's fist in melee combat. What was that person's physique? Before the thought of Asura monasteries, monks dissipated. The Asura staggered 2 steps back in midair with a pained expression and cried out in agony. However, the purple-robed man remained unmoved, and his silver mask was cold as ever. The Asura was defeated in melee combat. Everyone from Asura Monastery looked at everything in disbelief. Heavenly Wolf laughed. "We're quite lucky. This Asura only has 2 arms, and his cultivation has yet to reach the perfected 1 realm." "Ah, ah, ah!" The Asura roared repeatedly and waved his arms, causing 2 more arms to grow beneath his armpits. Heavenly Wolf's smile gradually froze on his face. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body focused. The 2 new arms of the Asura were rather skinny and had clearly not grown to their peak. In other words, although this Asura had entered the perfected 1 realm, his combat strength was not at the peak of the perfected 1 realm. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body did not wait for the Asura to accumulate his strength. Suddenly, he took a step forward and punched again, taking the initiative to hammer the Asura. At the same time, the blood chi of the martial Tao prime body surged with the sound of a tsunami. That punch was way too ferocious. The Asura's aura was completely suppressed by the martial Tao prime body. His eyes widened in rage as he crossed his arms high in front of him. The muscles on his arms were knotted like molten metal and shone with a metallic luster, filled with an explosive power. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body smashed down like a meteor and let out a loud bang. The Asura grunted dully, and his tall body was smashed shorter. His legs buckled, and he nearly knelt on the ground. When the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi, the Asura could no longer defend. The martial Tao prime body did not give the Asura any chance to catch his breath and took another step forward. He strode forward with the stance of plow heaven stride. Boom! That stomp trampled on the Asura's arms once more. Poof! 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 Massive blood mists burst forth from the Asura's arms as he was trampled beneath the foot of the martial Tao prime body. With a boom, he knelt in the ruins and blood spewed from his nose and mouth. Chapter 2297. 2297 Tombkeeper. 2297 Tombkeeper. The Asura was tall and burly, but now he was kneeling on the ground with a seemingly tiny figure standing on his raised arms. However, that figure trampled the Asura beneath its feet, such that the latter could not raise his head. The monks of Asura Monastery widened their eyes in shock. An Arhat expert of the Buddhist monasteries had spent a lot of effort to subdue this Asura so that the latter could protect Asura Monastery. To think that the Asura would be suppressed by the purple-robed man in a few rounds and could not move at all. What was even more frightening was that the purple-robed man destroyed the Asura in melee combat. It was purely a fight between blood, chi, and body. Actually, if the Asura had released his full strength right away, he might have been able to last a little longer in the hands of the martial Tao Prime Body. Earlier on, his initiative was snatched away by the martial Tao Prime Body, and he was subdued by the latter before he could release his brute force completely. Your monastery doesn't have the Siraka fruit. The martial Tao Prime Body trampled the Asura beneath his feet, but did not kill him and asked again. The reason why he came this time round was to save Yenbei-chin. There was no deep feud with Asura Monastery before him, and there was no need for him to start a massacre. The Ashoka tree has long shattered. You're too late. A monk sneered. If you want the Siraka fruit, you can head to Avicii. It might be there. All right, that's where I'm headed. The martial Tao Prime Body replied indifferently. The monk was stunned. He had merely mentioned it casually earlier on and had not expected the purple-robed man to want to head to Avicii. Notwithstanding the heavenly world, even in the entire upper world, Avicii was a notorious forbidden ground that even emperors would not dare to explore. Entering Avicii was equivalent to committing suicide. Ever since Avicii existed, countless experts have wanted to explore its secrets. However, none of them came out alive. Similar to a bottomless black hole, Avicii could devour everything. What are you talking about? The monk was still in disbelief as he hollered softly, Do you know what sort of a place Avicii is? The martial Tao Prime Body ignored the monks of Asura Monastery and in a flash led Heavenly Wolf forward, disappearing from their line of sight before long. Senior brother, what should we do? A monk said the abbot's Tao heart has collapsed and he's already in chi deviation. He's in a daze. Should we send a message to the Arhat experts of Perpetual Monastery? Send someone to follow the purple-robed cultivator first and see where he is going. Another monk said in a deep voice, If he truly enters Avicii, we don't have to bother about him. In any case, once he enters Avicii, he's as good as dead. All right. A monk's figure flashed, and he chased in the direction of the martial Tao Prime Body. Asura Monastery was extremely vast, and the martial Tao Prime Body advanced. After walking for about 15 minutes, he finally saw the wall of Asura Monastery's backyard. The martial Tao Prime Body brought Heavenly Wolf and was about to cross the wall to leave Asura Monastery when he suddenly stopped and shifted his gaze to a corner in the backyard. There was an unassuming tomb with a dilapidated straw hut beside it that was on the verge of collapse. That was nothing much. The only strange thing was that an old monk was sitting on a tombstone with his back facing the martial Tao Prime Body. The old monk's back was hunched and he looked withered. Raising his head slightly, his white brows were almost slumped over his shoulders as he gazed in the direction of the pure land of bliss with a peaceful expression. It was unknown what he was looking at. The old monk's posture was a little strange. Sitting on someone's tombstone was somewhat disrespectful to the dead. What puzzled the martial Tao Prime Body even more was that although he had clearly released his spirit consciousness to scan the entire Asura Monastery earlier on, he did not sense the old monk's existence. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body scanned the old monk. He was only a low-level black immortal, and his lifespan was almost up. He exuded a twilight aura and did not have much time left. The martial Tao prime body felt that there was something special about this long-browed old monk. However, he could not pinpoint the exact uniqueness. "Reverend, may I know your dermic title?" The martial Tao prime body descended and arrived beside the long-browed old monk, cupping his fists and asking. The long-browed old monk turned around slowly and glanced at the martial Tao prime body before looking at Heavenly Wolf at the side. There was no fluctuation in his hazy eyes, nor was there any change in his expression. "I don't have any dermic title. I'm just a tomb keeper," the long-browed old monk replied indifferently, as though he was not interested in the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf at all. He retracted his gaze after a mere glance. "How did Azura Monastery appear here?" the martial Tao prime body asked. "Around tens of thousands of years ago, there was a huge commotion over there." The long-browed old monk raised his skinny arm and pointed in a direction from afar. The martial Tao prime body checked against the map and saw that it was in the direction of Avicii of Tai Wei Mountain. Heavenly Wolf had once said that tens of thousands of years ago, something huge seemed to have happened in Avicii, causing him and the Hell Suppression Tripod to fall to the lower worlds at the same time. The long-browed old monk said, "After that, monks of the Pure Land built a monastery here to watch that area. If there is any activity, the Pure Land can know about it as soon as possible." The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. That made sense. A mere black-grade sect was sufficient to keep watch for any activity around Tai Wei Mountain, which was nearby. "Who are the people buried in the tombs here?" the martial Tao prime body asked again. The long-browed old monk replied, "They were all monks who passed away in meditation in the monastery." "Why isn't there a name on the tombstone of the tomb beneath you, Reverend?" "That's because he's not dead yet." "Whose tomb is this?" "Mine." Before the old monk died, he had already prepared his tombstone in advance. Furthermore, the long-browed old monk was sitting on his tombstone in a calm manner, as though he had already seen through everything and was waiting for death to descend. An indescribably strange feeling rose in the heart of the martial Tao prime body. Suddenly, the hem of his clothes rustled. The martial Tao prime body glanced sideways and saw Heavenly Wolf biting the hem of his clothes with a lowered head, tugging gently to urge him to leave. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and bid farewell with cupped fists. The long-browed old monk did not move at all and did not even look at him. The martial Tao prime body soared into the air and continued in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain with Heavenly Wolf. "You knew that old monk?" the martial Tao prime body asked. "No." After walking far away, Heavenly Wolf let out a long breath, as though he was relieved of a burden. "But for some reason, that old man gave me a sinister feeling. It's especially uncomfortable to be with him. The way he looked at me earlier on made my first stand on end." The martial Tao prime body did not feel that way. Furthermore, he did not sense any hostility or killing intent from the long-browed old monk, and his spirit perception did not react at all. That old man was really strange. He's not dead yet, but he's already prepared a tomb for himself in advance. Isn't he afraid of bad luck? Heavenly Wolf mumbled again. "Tomb keeper, tomb keeper." The martial Tao prime body murmured softly in deep thought. Chapter 2298. 2298 Hell's Gate. 2298 Hell's Gate. The peak of Great Tai Wei Mountain was extremely spacious. The martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf crossed Azura Monastery and sped for another hour before arriving at the other end of the peak. During this period of time, a monk of Azura Monastery followed behind them. Although the monk of Azura Monastery hid himself well, and his movement technique was extremely fast, he could not hide from the senses of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body did not take him to heart. When they arrived and looked into the distance, they could see a pitch-black and tall mountain peak standing in the depths of the sea. It was the legendary Tai Wei Mountain. Unlike the majesty of ordinary mountain peaks, the first time the martial Tao prime body saw Tai Wei Mountain, he felt a sinister coldness. In the direction of Tai Wei Mountain, his spirit perception warned him repeatedly. Before he ascended Tai Wei Mountain, the martial Tao prime body already felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend. Ever since the martial Tao prime body cultivated, he had never felt this way. Even when he faced Tao, Lord Blood Fiend back then, the martial Tao prime body had never felt such trepidation. It's not too late to retreat now. Heavenly Wolf could also tell that the martial Tao prime body was hesitant and persuaded softly. Avicii is a world of its own and is isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. If you fall into it, you won't be able to release any divine powers or dermic arts. Furthermore, there are countless malevolent ghosts inside. Some of them were perfected immortals, some were immortal kings, and some were even emperors. These malevolent ghosts gathered together in an endless stream and devoured life essence, wildly biting flesh. Even my previous master could not withstand it, let alone you. I'm not here without any backing. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Heavenly Wolf continued. Also, even with divine weapons and dermic treasures, they will be reduced to scrap metal in Avicii. There's fiend chi in Avicii that can seal all the dermic powers of divine weapons and dermic treasures. The martial Tao prime body said, I don't have any divine weapons or dermic treasures. My fist is the strongest divine weapon. Let's go. The martial Tao prime body said and led the way towards Tai Wei Mountain. Although Heavenly Wolf was resistant, he could only grit his teeth and follow. There was a strait between Tai Wei Mountain and Great Tai Wei Mountain, and it was dark. Only the ocean between the two mountains shone with a ghastly green glow. If one focused their attention, the ocean seemed to be burning with ghastly green flames that were extremely strange. The moment the martial Tao prime body left Great Tai Wei Mountain, he was already on guard and released his spirit consciousness, prepared to deal with any sudden changes. Thankfully, there were no dangers along the way. A ripple appeared in the ghastly green ocean beneath before calming down. A moment later, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf finally ascended the peak of Tai Wei Mountain. The moment he stepped foot on the top of Tai Wei Mountain, the martial Tao prime body suddenly sensed a strong summoning ahead, as though it was urging him to advance. Why, you can sense it too, right? When Heavenly Wolf stepped foot on Tai Wei Mountain, he could no longer control himself and began to tremble. This is the fiend power of Avicii. If we retreat now, there's still hope for us to survive. If we take another step forward, we might be doomed. The martial Tao prime body glanced sideways at Yen Beichin on the back of Heavenly Wolf. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "Continue." With that said, he led the way. Heavenly Wolf hid behind the martial Tao prime body and followed carefully as he said, "Avicii is vast and boundless. Even if we jump down, it'll be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to find my old master's corpse. Back then, I was a weapon spirit. I couldn't move around and did not know much about Avicii." There was already a hint of sorrow in Heavenly Wolf's voice. Fear was his only memory towards Avicii. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly stopped and Heavenly Wolf almost bumped into him. Under the cold Mara mask of the martial Tao prime body, he had a grim expression and looked at a gigantic abyss not far ahead with heavy breathing. There was such a bottomless abyss in the center of Tai Wei Mountain. Looking into the abyss from above, one could only see pitch black. Even with the eyesight of the martial Tao prime body, he could not see what was beneath. The pitch-black abyss was like the mouth of an ancient behemoth, waiting for its prey to arrive. The summoning feeling earlier on came from this abyss. Any living being that stepped foot on Tai Wei Mountain would have difficulty defending against that summoning feeling. This is the entrance to Avicii, Hell's Gate. Heavenly Wolf shuddered. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked, Great Tai Wei Mountain and Tai Wei Mountain are made of the same material, right? Yes. Heavenly Wolf replied instinctively, not knowing why the martial Tao prime body asked that. The martial Tao prime body said coldly, Back when Bo Sin was killed, more than 20 Emperor experts fought here, but none of them could shake Tai Wei Mountain. However, the infinite Great Emperor managed to open up such a gigantic abyss on Tai Wei Mountain. It was clear how terrifying the infinite Great Emperor was. Right then, a tremendous suction force came from the entrance of the abyss, as though the mouth of a gigantic behemoth was about to close. The martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf stood at the edge of the abyss and could not defend against that power at all. The three of them fell into the abyss right away. Ow! 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 Heavenly Wolf let out a tragic cry before his voice was devoured by the darkness. The figures of the two men and one wolf vanished as well. Not far away, the monk of a Jura monastery shuddered in fear and turned to flee. This man truly doesn't know what's good for him. To think that he would dare ascend Tai Wei Mountain. The monk of a Jura monastery muttered and flew towards the monastery without turning back. The moment the martial Tao prime body descended, he reacted right away and extended his palm to support Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen. The two men and one wolf were gathered together and were not dispersed. Their speed of descent was too fast, and the martial Tao prime body released 9 fate rings without hesitation. Purple halos appeared behind him, and runes shone. However, in the blink of an eye, the 9 fate rings were covered by a faint black fog. Within a few breaths, the 9 fate rings dissipated. That's the Avicii Fiend Chi. When Heavenly Wolf noticed that, he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. We haven't truly entered Avicii yet. The Avicii Fiend Chi here is very thin. Even so, the 9 fate rings could no longer defend against it. The two of them and the wolf continued descending as the wind howled in their ears. In this abyss, visibility was extremely low. Even with the eyesight of the martial Tao prime body, he could not see far and could only see around 10 feet around him. The range of his spirit consciousness was similar. As the martial Tao prime body controlled his body, he calculated the distance they fell. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, 10,000,000 feet. The two of them and the wolf did not stop falling. The pitch-black abyss below seemed to be bottomless, and the martial Tao prime body did not know what was waiting for them below. Chapter 2299 2299 Hellhound 2299 Hellhound. The falling momentum of the martial Tao prime body did not decrease the entire time, as though they were just going to continue falling. Beneath them seemed like a bottomless abyss that could devour everything. The martial Tao prime body could no longer calculate the height the two of them fell after entering the Hell's Gate. After a long time, the two of them and the wolf seemed to have passed through a barrier that was like water and suddenly entered another space. The space was sinister and filled with a thick black fog. After the martial Tao prime body entered this place, he realized that his essence spirit and essence chi were suppressed by an invisible force and could not be activated. The range of spirit consciousness detection was limited and visibility was extremely low. We're here. This is Avicii. Heavenly Wolf's trembling voice sounded inaudibly, as though he was afraid of waking up some terrifying existence in Avicii. Upon entering this place, even simple dermic arts such as voice transmission with spirit consciousness could not be released. The surrounding black fog is the Avicii Fiend Chi. One of the palms of the martial Tao Prime body supported Heavenly Wolf the entire time. He could sense that Heavenly Wolf's body was trembling. Heavenly Wolf was truly afraid. The martial Tao Prime body tried his best to stabilize himself. After a while, he finally landed on the ground and felt his feet touch the ground. The surroundings were extremely quiet and sinister. The martial Tao Prime body focused his gaze, and two balls of flames appeared in his eyes, allowing his vision to expand as much as possible. He still could not see anything. The martial Tao Prime body could only see the dark ground beneath his feet and the pitch-black rocks around him. Some of the rocks were even stained with blood. The malevolent ghosts of hell did not seem to have appeared. How should we proceed? The martial Tao Prime body asked softly. I don't know either. Heavenly Wolf's face was pale as he shook his head. This place is different from what I remember. This way. The martial Tao Prime body pondered for a moment and chose a random direction. He led the way, and Heavenly Wolf followed, closely behind, looking around tensely. Yen Beichen was still sprawled on his back in an unconscious state. Everything around him was unknown, and the martial Tao Prime body did not dare to walk too quickly. After dozens of kilometers or so, the surroundings were silent. Apart from the footsteps of the martial Tao Prime body and Heavenly Wolf, there was no other sound. Along the way, the martial Tao Prime body saw many corpses in Avicii. However, most of them were already dyed up and could turn into ashes with a gentle touch. Even the storage bags beside the corpses were rotten, and the dermic treasures and divine weapons within had turned into dust. He even passed by a pool of blood that had existed for a long time, but had yet to dry up. The martial Tao Prime body did not dare to approach. The pool of blood contained an extremely terrifying power. After walking for dozens of miles, the martial Tao Prime body suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking over. Heavenly Wolf was shocked and stopped hurriedly as well. What's going on? He asked softly. There was an additional sound of footsteps earlier on. The martial Tao Prime body said slowly. You mean to say... Heavenly Wolf had a horrified expression. The martial Tao Prime body said, There's something behind us. Pissed. Heavenly Wolf bared his teeth and gasped. His fur stood on end and his entire body expanded. The martial Tao Prime body could only see a thick black fog and nothing else. After taking a deep breath, the martial Tao Prime body continued forward. This time round, the footsteps behind them did not appear again. About an hour later, a strange sound echoed from the black fog on the left. Crack! It was a crisp sound as though bones were being crushed. The martial Tao Prime body looked over with a grim expression. Suddenly, a scarlet spot of light appeared from the black fog and floated over slowly like a strange lantern. The lantern gradually approached. Heavenly Wolf was on guard and his eyes widened. At that moment, he calmed down instead. After all, he was once the seven emotions Fiend King in his previous life and had experienced too much bloodshed and countless dangerous forbidden grounds. At such a juncture, panicking would only lead to death. Before long, the outline of a massive body gradually appeared and walked out of the black fog. It was a vicious dog that looked to be more than 30 feet tall. Its body was mangled and ribs protruded from one side of its body. There was only half of the hellhound's head, and its only eye was filled with endless killing intent. It bared its sharp fangs and drooled with sticky saliva. Even at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley in Tianhuang mainland, malevolent ghosts with flesh and blood had appeared. The martial Tao Prime body was not surprised that such a ferocious living being could be born in Avicii of the upper world. Roar! The hellhound glared at the martial Tao Prime body for a while. As though it could not figure the latter out, it growled and lunged towards Heavenly Wolf. Heavenly Wolf was fearless and dodged the attack of the hellhound in a flash. Suddenly he turned around and bit the hellhound's neck, swinging it violently. Crack! The neck of the hellhound was snapped by Heavenly Wolf, and half of its head slumped weakly. Heavenly Wolf spat and pouted. Bastard! How dare you provoke me with such mere capabilities? He turned around and was about to leave when the hellhound, whose neck was bitten off, stood up strangely. It lowered its head and glared at Heavenly Wolf with its single eye, the blood glint in its eyes turning brighter. The moment Heavenly Wolf turned around, the hellhound stood up and lunged forward, launching a fatal attack. By the time Heavenly Wolf realized the danger, it was already too late. A purple figure flashed. The martial Tao Prime Body was even faster. Arriving behind Heavenly Wolf, he reached out with both hands and grabbed the front claws of the hellhound, tearing them apart. Shing! A jarring sound sounded as the hellhound was ripped into two by the martial Tao Prime Body, and fresh blood flowed. Even so, the hellhound was not completely dead. Half of its body squirmed slightly on the ground. However, it was no longer possible for it to stand up and attack. Living beings that were derived from malevolent ghosts did not have consciousnesses or essence spirits. The only way to kill them completely was to burn them to ashes. You've never seen such hellhounds before. The martial Tao Prime Body asked with a frown. From Heavenly Wolf's performance earlier on, it seemed like he had no experience fighting against such a hellhound. Heavenly Wolf shook his head. I've never seen them before. After my old master and I fell in, he recuperated on the spot. Before long, countless malevolent ghosts swarmed over endlessly. My old master was severely injured and could not defend against the attacks of the swarm. That was the reason why he died in the end. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment. As you said, Avicii is vast and boundless. It's only logical for us to encounter different living beings of hell. Thankfully, this hellhound is not strong and is not much of a threat to us. Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. This hellhound is indeed very weak. However, there must be malevolent ghosts that are much stronger than it in Avicii. If those malevolent ghosts awaken, we won't be able to defend at all. The only way to survive is to find my old master's corpse as soon as possible and think of a way to leave this place. Chapter 2300, 2300 Sanskrit Shock. 2300 Sanskrit Shock. The martial Tao Prime Body continued forward. Along the way, a few more hellhounds appeared, but they were all killed by him. In this dark and sinister space, there was a suffocating atmosphere at all times. After a long time, Heavenly Wolf felt increasingly frustrated. If we continue searching aimlessly, even if there's no threat, we might not be able to find the corpse of my old master, even after searching for millions of years. Heavenly Wolf could not help but say, the direction we're heading in should be the right one. The martial Tao Prime Body did not stop and said indifferently, how do you know that we're heading in the right direction? Heavenly Wolf asked. Just as the martial Tao Prime Body was about to explain, his spirit perception warned him. He surveyed his surroundings and saw red lanterns appear in the surrounding black fog, approaching rapidly. A cold gust of wind blew, and the black fog faded significantly, revealing the figures of many hellhounds. Unknowingly, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf had already fallen into the encirclement of the hellhounds and could be seen everywhere they looked. Huff! The many hellhounds glared at the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf with bloodthirsty eyes and growled deeply. What should we do? Heavenly Wolf grit his teeth and asked, charge out and follow me. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body intensified. In a flash, he took the initiative and charged into the encirclement of the hellhounds at the front. Roar! The many hellhounds roared as well and attacked at the same time, charging towards the martial Tao Prime Body. The blood chi of the martial Tao prime body surged, and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. He waved his fists and fought in all directions. Bang! 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 Every single punch from the martial Tao prime body released an incomparable might. When it struck the hellhounds, their bodies either exploded or they were shattered. None of the hellhounds could defend against the fist of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body was like a humanoid divine weapon and dermic treasure. He charged forward in an unstoppable manner and created a path of blood. Heavenly Wolf followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind. The surrounding hellhounds were still swarming over fearlessly, chasing and biting behind the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf. As long as Heavenly Wolf was slightly slower, he would be drowned by countless hellhounds and torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Bang! The martial Tao prime body punched again and sent a hellhound flying. His body shuddered slightly as well. It felt as though he had struck the incomparably tough Tai Wei mountain with that punch. Without stopping in his tracks, the martial Tao prime body glanced sideways. The hellhound that was sent flying by his punch earlier on fell not far away. It shook its head and stood up once more. It was almost completely unharmed after receiving his punch. What Heavenly Wolf was worried about had already happened. As time passed by, the number of malevolent ghosts alarmed would only increase. The malevolent ghosts that appeared later on would become stronger as well. By now, there were already hellhounds that could defend against his full-powered punch. If it was a little longer, malevolent ghosts that could kill him would definitely appear. However, there was a doubt in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Why were all the malevolent ghosts that appeared now in the form of these hellhounds? This should have something to do with Avicii's laws. However, he could not figure out the exact connection. At that moment, there was no room for him to be distracted. Bang! Right then, another hellhound lunged forward and the martial Tao prime body punched in reverse. Unexpectedly, the hellhound's reaction was extremely fast as well. It extended its claws and blocked the fist of the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit towards the latter's throat. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged as he exhaled and shouted, causing the hellhound to tremble. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body punched the head of the hellhound again and forced it back. The hellhound merely shuddered after receiving a punch from the martial Tao prime body and was not affected at all. Descending to the ground, it lunged forward once more. The charging momentum of the martial Tao prime body stopped as well. Heavenly Wolf was following at the back. The momentary pause for the three of them caused countless hellhounds to lunge forward with a stench of blood immediately. It's over. Heavenly Wolf sighed internally. He managed to escape from Avicii by some freak coincidence. To think that he would still die at this place today. At that thought, Heavenly Wolf closed his eyes and could only lament that fate was playing tricks on him. Right then, the martial Tao prime body chanted Sanskrit and a mysterious Buddhist sutra. Sanskrit reverberated throughout the world. Golden Sanskrit words appeared one after another and enveloped the martial Tao prime body, Heavenly Wolf, and Yen Beichin, forming a barrier. The moment the hellhounds charged forward, their expressions changed when they saw the golden Sanskrit words, and they stopped in their tracks hurriedly. The hellhounds at the back could not control their bodies and collided with the ones at the front in a mess. The hellhound that could fight against the martial Tao prime body without being disadvantaged earlier on revealed deep fear in its bloodshot eyes when it saw the golden Sanskrit words. When Heavenly Wolf opened his eyes and saw such a shocking scene, he was dumbfounded. Countless hellhounds surrounded the two of them, but none of them dared to take a step forward. In fact, many hellhounds had already begun to escape, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. Some of the hellhounds sprawled on the ground, shivering with fear in their bloodshot eyes. "What's happening?" Heavenly Wolf opened his mouth and asked instinctively. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and blurted, "I got it! It's the Prajna Nirvana Sutra." "That's right." The martial Tao Prime Body did not hide anything. The reason why he decided to head to Avicii to look for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra was because of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Avicii was created by the Infinite Great Emperor using his body. The weapon of the Infinite Great Emperor was the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was etched in the Hell Suppression Tripod. Most of the malevolent ghosts in Avicii died in the hands of the Infinite Great Emperor and definitely had a deep understanding of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The fear of the Infinite Great Emperor had long seeped into their souls. Even after they turned into malevolent ghosts and condensed flesh to become hellhounds, they would still feel fear when they heard the sutra of the Infinite Great Emperor of the past. Indeed, after the martial Tao Prime Body chanted the Sanskrit of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, many hellhounds retreated and did not dare to advance. "Hurry and go." The martial Tao Prime Body urged softly and sped forward. The many hellhounds at the front opened up a path and did not dare to stop them. Even if there were a few hellhounds with powerful auras that looked hesitant, they did not advance rashly. Chapter 2301 2301 Maze 2301 Maze. The martial Tao Prime Body was surrounded by the golden Sanskrit of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. He brought Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin and charged out of the encirclement of the hell hounds rapidly. Most of the hell hounds did not dare to continue chasing. However, there were still more than 10 hellhounds that hung far behind the martial Tao Prime Body. They were restless, and the blood glint in their eyes intensified. "There's no need for us to run so quickly with the protection of this ancient sutra of the Infinite Great Emperor, right?" Heavenly Wolf panted. The ghosts and living beings in Avicii fear the Infinite Great Emperor of the past, not this ancient sutra. The martial Tao Prime Body was extremely calm and said in a deep voice, "The reason why they're retreating now is because this ancient sutra contains the Dharmic Tao of the Infinite Great Emperor. As long as they realize that I'm not the Infinite Great Emperor at all and am far from his terrifying methods, these living beings of hell will still charge forward." Heavenly Wolf turned back and looked at the hellhounds behind them, secretly speechless. He also realized that the martial Tao Prime Body was not wrong. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra could only intimidate the living beings of hell temporarily, but it could not subdue them. Not only that, when the living beings of hell realized that the martial Tao Prime Body was no threat at all, it would trigger the hatred in their hearts even more. Back then, these living beings of hell were renowned top-tier experts of the upper world, and there were many kings and emperors among them. However, they were suppressed by the Infinite Great Emperor in Avicii and endured endless pain without the chance to reincarnate. In this dark and sinister hell, the malevolent ghosts of these experts no longer had their former glory. In fact, they had evolved into ugly and menacing hellhounds. Their hatred was imaginable. There was a high chance that the hatred would be vented on the martial Tao Prime Body. Heavenly Wolf asked again, "When will things end if we just escape like this? Furthermore, how do you know that we can find my old master's corpse in this direction?" The martial Tao Prime Body said, "After entering this place, I circulated the Fiend Obsession Sutra and activated the Mara Mask. In this direction, I sensed an aura of the same origin. The time of Emperor Bosun's death was comparatively recent. In other words, even though he was already dead, there might still be some Dharmic Tao aura left in his corpse. Furthermore, the Mara Mask was created by a clone of Emperor Bo-Sun to begin with and naturally had a natural connection to the latter." That's right, that's a good idea. Heavenly Wolf understood that logic and was invigorated. At the very least, he saw a sliver of hope. If they could find the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun as soon as possible and obtain the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, they could then start looking for a way out. The longer they lingered in Avicii, the slimmer their chances of escaping. The dozens of hellhounds behind them were still closing in continuously. Suddenly, from the side, a three-headed hellhound with a terrifying aura charged out and roared in the direction of the martial Tao prime body. The three-headed hellhound was fearless against the golden Sanskrit around the martial Tao prime body and charged over with a ferocious gaze. The few hellhounds in front of him could not dodge in time and were knocked over. One of the hellhounds was even snapped by his bite, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The three-headed hellhound did not even turn back. His 6 bloodshot eyes were fixed on the martial Tao prime body with a murderous aura. Sensing the energy fluctuation of the three-headed hellhound, the martial Tao prime body guessed that he might not even be able to withstand a single move from him. The black fog ahead intensified. With the help of the golden Sanskrit light of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the martial Tao prime body could vaguely see that there seemed to be a tall and steep black stone wall ahead. It was filled with strange rocks and blood. The rocks on the black stone wall were exactly the same as the ones on Taiwei Mountain. They seemed to have reached the end of Avicii. The martial Tao prime body arrived before the black stone wall and sped along its edge. The three-headed hellhound was getting closer. Right then, a gigantic cave appeared on the black stone wall ahead, sucking in thick black fog. They no longer had a way out. The martial Tao prime body hesitated for a moment and charged in with Heavenly Wolf. After entering the cave, the martial Tao prime body slowed down and turned back. Through the black fog, he could vaguely see the three-headed hellhound standing in front of the pitch-black cave. However, he seemed wary and did not follow them in. Momentarily free from danger, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf both heaved a sigh of relief. The cave was a long tunnel. As the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf ventured deeper, the surrounding black fog gradually faded. Before long, a soft feeling came from beneath the feet of the martial Tao prime body, as though he had stepped on mud. He lowered his head and saw that the ground was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white dust that led to the end of the tunnel. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head and grabbed a handful of the grayish-white dust, pinching it gently. It's ashes. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Countless living beings had died in that tunnel, and there were no corpses left now, only ashes. Even the identities of those living beings could not be deduced. Right then, something tiny moved in the ashes in the palm of the martial Tao prime body. Immediately after, the expression of the martial Tao prime body changed slightly, and he suddenly threw away the ashes in his hands. From the ashes, an ant the size of a rice grain crawled out and dived back into the ashes, rapidly disappearing. The ant earlier on bit the martial Tao prime body. What was terrifying was that the martial Tao prime body felt a trace of pain. His current body was strong and condensed, indestructible. Connate, heaven-grade dermic treasures, or even some sentient dermic treasures of perfected immortals, might not be able to hurt him. However, that tiny ant actually hurt him. Ant. Heavenly Wolf noticed this as well and exclaimed, his tone changing from fright. Back then, my old master was drowned by a swarm of ants and gnawed to death. When he recalled the scene back then, Heavenly Wolf's voice revealed deep fear. Seems like this is the right path. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and continued forward with Heavenly Wolf. Since he saw the ant, it meant that he was getting closer to the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun. The terrain of the cave was extremely complicated, and it was like a palace with countless intersecting tunnels. Some of the tunnels were connected. Some of the tunnels might lead to a dead end. Without a map, one might not be able to find a way out even if they walked for hundreds or thousands of years. This was completely different from the place earlier on. It was more like a gigantic maze. Thankfully, the martial Tao Prime Body channeled the Fiend Obsession Sutra continuously and advanced in a certain direction with his connection to Emperor Bo, Sun's Dharmic Tao. Although there were occasional detours, they were in the right direction, and the connection between the Dharmic Tao was getting stronger as well. Chapter 2302 2302 Burial Ground 2302 Burial Ground. After walking for a long time, the martial Tao Prime Body paused. Heavenly Wolf's heart skipped a beat, and he became nervous immediately on guard. He knew that the martial Tao Prime Body would definitely not stop for no reason. He must have sensed some danger. However, although Heavenly Eye could see and hear everything, he could not sense any danger. In the tunnel they were in, there were only the three of them. There were no other signs of life, and the surroundings were peaceful. The martial Tao Prime Body raised his arm and slowly lifted the sleeves of his robe. What was revealed beneath his clothes was not a body of flesh and blood, but a dense swarm of pitch-black ants. The martial Tao Prime Body tore off the clothes at his chest area, and it was pitch-black beneath as well. It was filled with ants. Each of their tiny heads shone with 2 blood-red spots. Unknowingly, the ants had already crawled all over the martial Tao Prime Body's body through his clothes. However, the martial Tao Prime Body did not notice it at all. Pissed. When he saw that, Heavenly Wolf gasped and his fur stood on end. The moment his fur stood on end, tiny objects fell from Heavenly Wolf's body as well. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf realized something, and a chill ran down his spine. If even the martial Tao Prime Body did not notice it, his body would definitely be filled with such ants as well. At that thought, Heavenly Wolf felt his scalp tingle, and he felt uncomfortable. He twisted his body wildly, wanting to fling the ants off his body. The ants seemed to have realized that they were exposed as well, and suddenly took the initiative to attack. Ah! Heavenly Wolf let out a tragic cry. Tens of thousands of ants bit down on his body at the same time, dyeing his massive body red. Heavenly Wolf shuddered and almost fainted from the pain. The martial Tao Prime Body felt a sharp pain as well. However, his expression was unchanged as he chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra once more. Golden Sanskrit words appeared one after another and enveloped him, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin. Splash! As though they were frightened, the ants fell off their bodies rapidly like black ink and fled in all directions. Before long, there were no longer any ants on the martial Tao Prime Body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin. The martial Tao Prime Body had a strong physique and was not injured. However, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin were covered in injuries from the ants earlier on. To begin with, Yen Beichin was on the brink of death. After being attacked by the ants, the life force in his body became even thinner, and he could die at any moment. An indescribable sense of fear spread through the tunnel. Even the martial Tao Prime Body was affected. If not for the fact that he challenged the Tao Heart trial of the Tao Heart Stairs with the green Lotus True Body and condensed the 10th stone step prior to entering Avicii, his Tao Heart might have wavered at this moment. Avicii was extremely terrifying and sinister with unknown living beings and environments. These hell ants could even hide from the spirit perception of the martial Tao Prime Body. Or rather, in Avicii, the spirit perception of the martial Tao Prime Body had been reduced to its limits and was almost useless. At the side, Heavenly Wolf was so frightened by this change that he trembled, as though he was reminiscing about what happened back then. The situation was not looking good. It was clear that the hell ants earlier on were not strong enough. If the power of the ants increased by another level, the martial Tao Prime Body would not be able to defend against such a massive number, no matter how strong his body was. Furthermore, if ant kings and queens were to appear later on, The martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath and whispered, "Hurry, let's go. We have to find Emperor Bo Sun's corpse as soon as possible." He followed the connection in the Mara mask and advanced continuously in the tunnel. Heavenly Wolf grit his teeth and braced himself, following closely behind. After passing through a few more tunnels, the martial Tao Prime Body arrived at an intersection of many tunnels. "Master, look around." Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded with a tremble. Countless hell ants were surging over from the surrounding tunnels, filling the entire tunnels like terrifying black torrents. The black torrents surged to the end of the tunnel and suddenly stopped, surrounding the intersection of the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf. All the exits were blocked in all directions. The ants in the maze were gradually adapting to the golden Sanskrit released by the martial Tao Prime Body. Those hell ants were the same as the hell hounds from before. When they saw the golden Sanskrit, they instinctively thought that it was the infinite great emperor or his successor. However, as time passed by, they realized that the golden Sanskrit words posed no threat to them. The purple-robed cultivator was also rather weak. Under the orders of their kings and queens, these hell ants were prepared to launch their final attacks on the martial Tao Prime Body. "It's over. We won't be able to hold out this time round." Heavenly Wolf gulped. With so many black torrents swarming forward and drowning them, they might not even be left with bones in the blink of an eye. "Follow me." Right then, the martial Tao Prime Body hollered and charged towards a tunnel. Heavenly Wolf did not have time to think and could only follow instinctively. Boom! The ants in the tunnels swarmed forward and attacked the barrier formed by the golden Sanskrit endlessly. The light of the golden barrier dimmed. In the end, the golden light was completely drowned by the black torrents. Crack! The golden barrier shattered. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body intensified, and he channeled his bloodline to its limits. The blood qi in his body surged, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic furnace, as though it could incinerate all living beings and smelt heaven and earth. Bloodline phenomenon, heaven and earth furnace. Sizzle! The black ants surged forward, and a large number of them died from the smoke. However, the hell ants did not seem to know what fear was and continued surging, attacking the heaven and earth furnace of the martial Tao Prime Body. Although the heaven and earth furnace was strong, it could not defend against the attacks of millions of ants. Furthermore, the initial ants were weak and could be burned to death by the heaven and earth furnace. Before long, the hell ants that appeared again were all extremely powerful. Even though their bodies were burning with flames, they possessed immense life force and continued fighting. "We can't hold on for much longer." Heavenly Wolf knew that the moment the flames on the martial Tao Prime Body extinguished, they would die. The martial Tao Prime Body led Heavenly Wolf and stared at the ant torrents as they advanced through the tunnel. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body felt the pressure ahead lighten. He charged out of the tunnel and entered a hall with a circular dome. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichin and scrambled over as well. After entering the hall, the black ants surged continuously in the tunnel behind them. However, none of them stepped foot into this place. The flames on the martial Tao Prime Body had already extinguished. If they were a step slower, the three of them would have died among the ants. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf's voice turned agitated. "I'm very familiar with this place. It should be my old master's burial ground." Chapter 2303 2303 Fiend Saber 2303 Fiend Saber. The martial Tao Prime Body looked over. It was a circular hall with a radius of a few thousand feet. The walls were pitch black and smooth without any signs of being cut by weapons or axes, as though it was formed naturally. In this maze, the martial Tao Prime Body had seen many similar circular halls along the way. Their structures were similar, but they were different in size. Right then, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. The maze they were in had a complicated terrain with ravines that formed tunnels that extended in all directions. The outline of the structures seemed like a gigantic ant nest. This maze was clearly different from the space where they first fell, be it the terrain, environment, or the living beings of hell within. There was a clear difference. The martial Tao prime body entered this ant nest through a secret passage. The hellhounds that were chasing them did not step foot into this place, as though they were restricted or wary. At the same time, there were no traces of hell ants in the space of the hellhounds. That was strange. Why were the boundaries divided so distinctly in Avicii? The martial Tao prime body turned to look at the retreating hell ants in the tunnel and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, they should not have left the ant nest yet. That was because the hall they were in had a similar style to the many structures in the ant nest. Furthermore, the fact that Emperor Bo Sun died here in the past meant that this was also part of the territory of the hell ants. However, why did the hell ants not advance and retreat? Right then, Heavenly Wolf at the side walked forward slowly with a strange expression, his eyes filled with deep pain. The light in the hall was dim and not far ahead. The vague outline of a figure could be seen. He sat in a lotus position, and there seemed to be a sharp weapon embedded in the black rock in front of him that shone with a cold glint. From Heavenly Wolf's expression, it could be deduced that this was Emperor Bo Sun of the past. The martial Tao prime body put aside his doubts for the time being and walked towards Emperor Bo Sun's corpse as well. Now that he was closer, the martial Tao prime body could see things even clearer. Emperor Bo Sun wore a tattered long robe and his head was lowered, covering his face with his long hair. As expected of an Emperor realm expert, the martial Tao prime body sighed internally. Even after so many years, Emperor Bo Sun's long hair was still intact. The corpse looked extremely skinny. It should be because the hell ants had devoured the flesh of Emperor Bo Sun completely. However, even hell ants might not be able to bite through the bones of an Emperor realm expert. That was the reason why this complete corpse was left behind. "Old Master, I'm back to visit you." Heavenly Wolf sprawled on the ground with a sorrowful expression and whimpered softly. Back then, he was the Seven Emotions Fiend King, and later on, he became the weapon spirit of the Mara Mask. He had always followed the side of Emperor Bo Sun, and the connection between them was irreplaceable. The martial Tao prime body lamented when he thought about how Emperor Bo Sun ended up in such a tragic state after being surrounded by more than 20 Emperor experts and sent to Avicii. "Senior, sorry to disturb you." The martial Tao prime body bowed towards the corpse of Emperor Bo Sun. "Where is the Buddha Karmic Sutra?" The martial Tao prime body circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo Sun and could not help but ask with a frown when he did not see any traces of a storage bag. "I don't know either." Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on the sharp blade that was stabbed into the ground in front of Emperor Bo Sun. From its shape, it should be a long saber with a single blade. Even after countless years, the saber shone with a sharp edge and emitted a fiend power that could bewitch one's heart. The martial Tao prime body advanced and reached for the handle of the saber, wanting to pull it out. "Don't touch it." Right then, as though he recalled something, Heavenly Wolf suddenly exclaimed. When Heavenly Wolf returned to this old place and saw Emperor Bo Sun's corpse, his heart ached and he was slightly slower to react. By the time he gave that reminder, the martial Tao prime body's palm was already on the handle of the saber. A strange power struck the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. One after another, dark fiend chi extended along the arm of the martial Tao prime body like countless pitch-black spirit snakes. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire body of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao Prime body closed his eyes and did not move at all. With black chi coiled around his body, he resembled a fiend celestial from hell. Beneath the cold silver mask was a conflicted expression. The moment he gripped the handle, a bang sounded in the mind of the martial Tao Prime body. A series of women's faces seemed to appear before him. Dai Yu, Jiao Shue, Demoness Ji, Consort Yu. All of them were devastatingly beautiful and as breathtaking as fairies, emitting endless bewitchment. Demoness Ji twisted her body in a way that could trigger the most primitive impulses in the depths of one's heart. Zimo. Ji Yaoshue called out softly. The martial Tao Prime body had a lost expression and replied instinctively. The third gift is none other than me. Dai Yu's voice sounded. Naid, have you forgotten about me? Demoness Ji had a sorrowful expression. The ears of the martial Tao Prime body were filled with the calls of the women. They were gentle, cold or light, and pleasant like birds. A thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao Prime body. Even just listening to their voices every day was an unimaginable happiness. A faint fragrance wafted from the women, causing one's mind to wander. Is this an illusion? Although the martial Tao Prime body knew that something was amiss, he could not break free. He released many methods to resist the illusion and wanted to break free from the dreamscape before him, but to no avail. Demoness Ji walked forward and kissed him on the lips. The martial Tao Prime body shuddered as though he was electrocuted. His consciousness sank once more, and he wanted to reach out to hug Demoness Ji. Right then, the gaze of the martial Tao Prime body landed on Dai Yu's face and met her gaze. Instantly he sobered up. This is not an illusion. The heart of the martial Tao Prime body lit up as he recalled the 6 desires of the Buddhist monasteries. The 6 desires were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and intent. The desire for beautiful objects came from sight. The desire for lovely praises came from hearing. The desire for fragrance came from smelling. The desire for delicacies came from tasting. The desire for comfort came from touch. The desire for fame and fortune came from intent. In the secular world, all living beings in the world could not break free from the restraints of the 6 desires. To indulge in one was to indulge in all 6. What the martial Tao Prime body saw earlier on was not an illusion. Instead, the power of the fiend saber triggered the 6 desires in his body, and various scenes were born to confuse his mind. Chapter 2304. 2304 Hell Diagrams. 2304 Hell Diagrams. Suddenly, streaks of red light appeared from the body of the martial Tao Prime body and intensified. When the red light made contact with the pitch-black fiend chi on his body, it burned instantly. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao Prime body turned into a gigantic, human-shaped fireball. The scarlet flames on his body burned furiously, burning his hair, skin, flesh, organs, and bones red and crystalline. Karmic flames. Heavenly Wolf had once said that back then, Emperor Bo Sun had 2 emperor weapons. One of them was the Mara mask formed by the 7 emotions clone. The other was the fiend saber created by the 6 desires clone, the Ji-Du saber. The Mara mask contained the power of the 7 emotions. Only obsession could sever the 7 emotions. As for the Ji-Du saber, it contained the power of the 6 desires. Only the karmic flames of the Buddhist monasteries could incinerate the 6 desires. Although the martial Tao Prime body did not know the Buddha Karmic Sutra, he knew the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Karmic flames countered the power of the 6 desires the most. Sizzle. Under the burning of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, the pitch-black fiend chi on the martial Tao Prime body let out a strange sound and green smoke billowed. Before long, the fiend chi was burned away by the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. At the same time, a sutra appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. He browsed through it briefly and was delighted. That sutra recorded the negative karma of the Buddhist monasteries and even the cultivation dharmic formulation of karmic flames. If he was not wrong, this should be the contents of the Buddha Karmic Sutra. To think that the Buddha Karmic Sutra would be hidden in this fiend saber. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body felt relieved. Thankfully, he was the one who touched the Ji-Du saber first. If Yen Beichen had touched it, the power contained in the fiend saber alone would have been enough to destroy him. Right now, Yen Beichen was severely injured and he did not know how to use karmic flames as well. He could not defend against the power of 6 desires triggered by the Ji-Du saber at all. But now that the martial Tao prime body obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra, he could impart this sutra to Yen Beichen. That way, Yen Beichen would not have to endure any danger. This should be a test left behind by Emperor Bosun. If anyone could withstand the power of 6 desires in the Ji-Du saber, they would be qualified to receive his inheritance. The karmic flames on the martial Tao prime body gradually extinguished, and he opened his eyes once more. At the side, Heavenly Wolf was dumbfounded. "Are you all right?" Heavenly Wolf probed. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. "He's indeed a monster." Heavenly Wolf thought to himself before saying, "This is the Ji-Du saber, apart from my old master. Anyone else who touches the Ji-Du saber will definitely suffer a backlash from the power of 6 desires within. I've already obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra." The martial Tao prime body advanced and carried Yen Beichen down from Heavenly Wolf's back. Placing him flat on the ground, he called out softly. Yen Beichen's eyes were tightly shut and he was barely breathing. He was still unconscious. The martial Tao prime body used his spirit consciousness to stimulate Yen Beichen's consciousness, but there was no reaction. Yen Beichen's consciousness was already completely occupied by fiend qi. His essence spirit was filled with cracks. Previously, his injuries were only temporarily stabilized by the obsession fiend qi. Now he could no longer hold on. Yen Beichen's essence spirit did not have much life force and was almost at the end of its road. The martial Tao prime body took out another pile of elixirs and fed them to Yen Beichen, calling repeatedly to wake him up. However, even after an hour, Yen Beichen showed no signs of waking up. "He's not going to make it." Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. Actually, his condition is almost equivalent to a dead man. It's only because he cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra that he's able to survive till now. The martial Tao prime body clenched his fists in silence. He risked immense danger to barge into Avicii and finally obtain the Buddha Karmic Sutra. However, Yen Beichen could not wake up. Even though they now had the Buddha Karmic Sutra, what was the use? "Let's bury him here." Heavenly Wolf said, "He can die without regrets being buried in the same tomb as my old master." The martial Tao prime body was still silent. He looked at Yen Beichen, who was lying on the ground, and suddenly frowned. There seemed to be some scratches on the ground beneath Yen Beichen. The martial Tao prime body moved Yen Beichen away gently and glared at the ground. The ground was filled with scratches, as though it was drawing a scene. In that scene, the surrounding stone walls were pitch-black rocks that stood steeply and sinisterly, similar to the situation in Avicii. Within, corpses were strewn and blood was everywhere. There were even many cultivators trapped within, shouting as though they were struggling. Beside the cultivators was a dense swarm of gigantic bees, surrounding them and attacking wildly. On the corpses at the side, some of the cultivators were riddled with holes in a tragic manner. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and he walked to the side. Before long, he saw another diagram on the ground. The scene in this diagram was blurry and filled with black fog. However, Scarlet bloodlights appeared from the black fog like red lanterns. In some of the black fog, the figures of the red lanterns appeared completely. They were the hellhounds that the Martial Tao Prime Body and the others had encountered previously. It was similar to the previous diagram. In this diagram, many cultivators were trapped and were attacked wildly by the hellhounds. A cultivator laid on the ground with a pained expression. His abdomen had already been hollowed out by the hellhounds. A hellhound bit the person's bloodied intestines and stomped on him with a ferocious gaze. Another cultivator had his lungs dug out by a hellhound. He laid limply on the ground, and fresh blood flowed. It was a scene from hell that was bloody and unbearable to witness. The Martial Tao Prime Body continued searching the surroundings. Not far away, there was another diagram. In this diagram, the terrain was complicated with countless ravines that intertwined like a gigantic maze. The maze was filled with black torrents. If he was not wrong, these should be the hell ants. This diagram also depicted a group of cultivators being attacked wildly by the hell ants. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators were left with nothing but white bones wherever the hell ants passed. The Martial Tao Prime Body stood up and exhaled gently. He discovered that the locations of the three diagrams were unique. They formed a circle around the corpse of Emperor Bosun. The Martial Tao Prime Body circled around the corpse of Emperor Bosun and continued searching. Indeed, there was another diagram behind the diagram of the hell ants. This diagram was still a sinister scene of hell. A group of cultivators within were attacked by a type of slender, purple living being. This living being resembled a snake. It was thin as a cow's hair and purple all over, able to penetrate anything. The cultivators could not defend at all as the snakes tunneled into their eyes, noses, mouths, ears, and even the pores on their bodies. The Martial Tao Prime Body continued to circle around the corpse of Emperor Bosun. Before long, he completed a full circle. There were a total of 16 hell diagrams. Chapter 2305, 2305 Rebirth, 2305 Rebirth. Of the 16 hell diagrams, there were malevolent ghosts that ripped out the tendons and plucked the bones of others. There were black crows that pecked at one's heart and liver, boiling oil that burned one till there was nobody left, as well as cruel punishments such as brain hoops, pulling of tongues and teeth. There were gigantic bees, ants, hounds, scorpions, and even purple snakes. Every hell diagram was completely different. Different environments, terrain, and living beings of hell. The only similarity was that the cultivators and living beings that fell into it would endure immense pain and torture. They would either undergo cruel torment, torn apart, or eaten by the living beings of hell. None of them had good endings. Although the drawings of the 16 diagrams were simple, they vividly displayed the sinisterness of hell. While the Martial Tao Prime Body had not experienced the many scenes inside personally, he could still sense the struggles and pain of many living beings through the diagrams. It was extremely difficult to leave any marks on the hard rock ground. It was clear that the painter of the diagrams was capable. The Martial Tao Prime Body felt that something was amiss. However, he was worried about Yen Beichin, and his emotions were in a mess, unable to figure it out. Could Avicii have 16 different regions? Heavenly Wolf followed behind the Martial Tao Prime Body and said thoughtfully after looking at the 16 hell diagrams. The Martial Tao Prime Body fell into deep thought in silence. Strange. Heavenly Wolf circled around the corpse of Emperor Bosun before saying, "These 16 hell diagrams were drawn around my old master's corpse. Could there be a deeper meaning to it?" The Martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, "When you guys fell here initially, you didn't see these 16 hell diagrams?" "Of course not." Heavenly Wolf shook his head instinctively. Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime Body thought of a possibility, and his expression changed beneath the silver mask. Instantly, it was as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand and he could not breathe. The martial Tao Prime body was silent for a moment before asking slowly, "Who drew the 16 hell diagrams?" "How would I know?" Heavenly Wolf replied without a second thought. He had yet to comprehend what the martial Tao Prime body was implying. "I drew them." Another voice sounded. It was calm and gentle, neither loud nor soft. That was not the voice of the martial Tao Prime body or Heavenly Wolf. There was a third living person in the empty hall. Furthermore, that voice came from beside them. Pissed. Instantly, Heavenly Wolf felt a chill run down his spine, and his fur stood on end. His mouth was agape, and his eyes were filled with fear as he trembled. He seemed to have thought of the most terrifying thing in the world. The martial Tao Prime body had already expected this earlier on. However, when he heard the third voice, he still felt goosebumps all over, and his heart skipped a beat. He turned around slowly and looked in the direction of Emperor Bo-Sun's corpse. Heavenly Wolf turned around as well, his eyes filled with fear. Although it was a simple action, it was extremely difficult for Heavenly Wolf. His flesh seemed to have stiffened and could not be controlled. The withered corpse that sat in a lotus position raised its head slowly. The long hair on its forehead slid to the sides gradually, revealing a skinny face. The face did not look old. Based on age, he merely looked middle-aged. He had no beard, and his features were handsome with clear eyes. Although his clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, his face had a dignified expression. The first impression he gave off was that he was an accomplished monk with profound Buddhism. The middle-aged man's gaze was gentle, and he had a smile on his face, as though it could calm one down. Even so, Heavenly Wolf was already so scared that his entire body went limp. His limbs were stuck tightly to the ground as he shivered and lowered his head, not even daring to meet the middle-aged man's gaze. "Old master." Heavenly Wolf's voice trembled slightly as he stuttered over the two simple words. It was only at that moment that the martial Tao Prime body truly confirmed that the middle-aged man was Emperor Bo, son of the past. However, he had not expected that after so many years, Emperor Bo-sun was still alive after being sent to Avicii by more than 20 emperors. When the martial Tao Prime body realized that Emperor Bo-sun might still be alive, his first reaction was that Heavenly Wolf had set a trap to lure him here. However, on second thought, Heavenly Wolf was extremely resistant to Avicii and did not want to return at all. Furthermore, from Heavenly Wolf's current reaction, it could be deduced that he knew nothing about it as well. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf would not have been scared to such an extent. Against the legendary Emperor Bo-sun, a resurrected emperor expert, it was impossible for him to not feel fear. Right now, the martial Tao Prime body could only try his best to maintain his composure. If Emperor Bo-sun wanted to kill him, he would definitely be powerless to resist. Thankfully, Emperor Bo-sun did not seem as frightening as he had imagined, and was far from the image of the fiend depicted in the legends. "Your 7 emotions, right?" Emperor Bo-sun said softly. Back then, the 7 emotions, Fiend King, turned into a weapon spirit. In this generation, he was reborn with the help of the Heavenly Wolf body and was recognized by Emperor Bo-sun with a single glance. "Why, yes, it's me," Heavenly Wolf replied with a trembling voice. "You called me Old Master earlier on. Does that mean you already have a new master?" Emperor Bo-sun asked with a smile, seemingly not enraged. Heavenly Wolf shuddered. Although Emperor Bo-sun was smiling, Heavenly Wolf was so scared that he was about to cry. "Oh, old master, I thought that you were already dead, so—" Heavenly Wolf's voice was slightly teary as he explained hurriedly, "If I knew that you were still alive, I would definitely not betray you and look for another master." "It's nothing." Emperor Bo-sun waved off gently and smiled. "It's your fortune to be able to regain your freedom and cultivate once more. How can I blame you? Heavenly Wolf was stunned for a moment. The fear in his eyes did not diminish at all, and he sprawled on the ground obediently, not daring to move. You're the current master of 7 emotions, right? Emperor Bo Sun shifted his gaze towards the martial Tao Prime Body and asked with a smile. Yes. The martial Tao Prime Body hesitated for a moment before nodding and bowing. Greetings, Senior. I'm Desolate Marshal. There's no need for formalities. Emperor Bo Sun nodded, slightly with a hint of admiration in his eyes. You're able to withstand the power of the 6 desires of the Ji-Du Saber at such a young age. The younger generation sure is promising. It's not a disgrace to 7 emotions background to be able to follow you. The martial Tao Prime Body was stunned. The Emperor Bo Sun before him was more like an elder with a benevolent expression. There was no hint of violence in him, only a gentle gaze and a magnanimous heart. If he did not know the identity of this person, the martial Tao Prime Body would have thought that the person before him was an accomplished monk of the Buddhist monasteries. Heavenly Wolf sprawled at the side and stole a glance at the martial Tao Prime Body with fear in his eyes. There were countless things he wanted to say. However, with Emperor Bo Sun by his side, he did not dare to act rashly or harbor any funny thoughts. Chapter 2306, 2306 Legacy, 2306 Legacy. Old Master, how did you? Gulping, Heavenly Wolf could not help but ask. Back then, I clearly witnessed you being eaten by countless hell ants and dying. Are you not happy that I'm still alive? Emperor Bo Sun asked with a fake smile. Of course not. Heavenly Wolf shook his head like a rattledrum and said resolutely, I'm so happy. If I had known that my old master was still alive, I would have returned long ago. Emperor Bo Sun chuckled and extended his skinny palm to stroke the silver fur on Heavenly Wolf's forehead. With every stroke, Heavenly Wolf's body would tremble, as though he had walked through the gates of hell. Why are you guys here? Emperor Bo Sun asked. The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and did not hide anything. My dear friend's essence spirit was severely injured, and he only managed to survive temporarily after cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra. However, later on, his injuries were exacerbated. Therefore, I wanted to find the Buddha Karmic Sutra. The complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra might be the only thing that can allow him to survive. That's right. Emperor Bo Sun glanced at Yen Beichen, who was lying on the ground, and nodded. Cultivating my Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra can indeed heal his injuries. However, he's severely injured and unconscious right now. Although I obtained the inheritance of the Buddha Karmic Sutra, I'm still unable to awaken him. The martial Tao Prime Body hesitated for a moment and bowed deeply to Emperor Bo Sun. Senior, may I be so bold as to ask you to step in and save him? If there was anyone in this world who could save Yen Beichen, it would be this Emperor Bo Sun before him. Even if other emperor experts had the ability, it was too late. More than that, they would not even dare to enter Vichy. There's no need for that. Emperor Bo Sun smiled gently. He raised his palm and merely propped it up. However, the martial Tao Prime Body felt a tremendous power lift his upper body and stop him from continuing with his bow. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Emperor Bo Sun said, Even if you didn't say it, I would have saved him. Thank you, Senior. The martial Tao Prime Body was delighted and expressed his thanks once more. Emperor Bo Sun said with a smile, Furthermore, this junior has a deep comprehension of the Fiend Obsession Sutra, and the obsession Fiend Chi has already seeped into his bones. If I impart the Buddha Karmic Sutra to him, it'll be as good as leaving a legacy for myself. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the martial Tao Prime Body. Although you've also cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, your comprehension of this cultivation technique is clearly inferior to this person. Indeed, Emperor Bo Sun's judgment was frighteningly sharp. The martial Tao, prime body, cultivated the martial Tao and was different from the dharmic Tao of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. Even so, Emperor Bo Sun could tell that the martial Tao prime body had cultivated the fiend obsession sutra before. Furthermore, he could tell that the martial Tao prime body had not cultivated the fiend obsession sutra deeply. That was the truth. The reason why the martial Tao prime body cultivated the fiend obsession sutra was to control the Mara mask. His main goal was to fuse the dharmic Tao of the fiend obsession sutra into the martial Tao furnace and deduce his own Tao and dharmic arts. However, he's unconscious. Senior, I wonder how you can awaken him to cultivate the Buddha Karmic Sutra? The martial Tao prime body asked again. There's no need to wait for him to awaken. Emperor Bo Sun smiled faintly. I can impart the Buddha Karmic Sutra to him directly by using a secret skill. An empowerment secret skill. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up. Over the years, he had browsed through countless sutras and secret skills and had heard of the existence of empowerment secret skills. This secret skill was equivalent to a method of imparting cultivation techniques. Not only would it impart cultivation techniques, it would also impart one's comprehension of the cultivation techniques to another person. Therefore, there was the saying that one would be enlightened upon being empowered. The empowerment secret skills had extremely stringent requirements on the cultivation realm of the caster and might even cause considerable damage for them. Therefore, almost nobody would want to impart their knowledge in such a manner. To think that Emperor Bo Sun would make use of an empowerment secret skill in order to save Yen Beichen. I'll remember your kindness, Senior. The martial Tao prime body was moved. Emperor Bo Sun smiled gently. You're wearing the Mara mask and can withstand the power of the 6 desires in the Ji-Du Saber. However, if we're talking about a successor to inherit my legacy, I think more highly of him. It was as though Emperor Bo Sun had already regarded Yen Beichen as a successor. Heavenly Wolf had once said that prior to this, although Emperor Bo Sun ruled over the entire fiend domain and possessed torrential combat strength, he did not have any successors or disciples. To think that Yen Beichen would be selected by Emperor Bo Sun as his successor in Avicii when he was on the brink of death. This was an opportunity that belonged to Yen Beichen. Emperor Bo Sun beckoned gently, and a gentle power carried Yen Beichen's body slowly towards him. Like Emperor Bo Sun, Yen Beichen assumed a lotus position with his eyes closed. The two of them sat opposite one another. Emperor Bo Sun's eyes shone with a strange glint that was like 2 sharp swords and entered Yen Beichen's tightly shut eyes instantly. Yen Beichen shuddered as though he was agitated. Suddenly, he straightened his body and opened his eyes. The obsessive fiend qi in his body surged wildly as well. To be precise, the obsession fiend qi seemed to have sensed something and seemed like it was excited. Emperor Bo Sun extended his withered and skinny finger slowly and touched Yen Beichen's glabella gently. Both of their bodies shuddered at the same time. Immediately after, golden halos surged around Emperor Bo Sun's body and surged into Yen Beichen's consciousness through his finger. Initially, Yen Beichen's consciousness was already shattered. Right now, life force was gradually recovering under the envelopment of the golden halos. Even the wounds on his essence spirit were starting to heal. There was a pitch-black obsession fiend qi around Yen Beichen, but at the same time, there was a divine golden glow. The 2 completely different powers should have been at odds. However, a mysterious balance was achieved in Yen Beichen, Buddha and fiend within the same body. Initially, Yen Beichen was at the end of his road. However, as time passed by, his life force gradually recovered. His vitals gradually stabilized as well. When the martial Tao prime body saw that, he finally relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Right then his heart skipped a beat and he glanced sideways as though he sensed something. Not far away, Heavenly Wolf was still sprawled on the ground obediently. However, he was trying his best to signal to him to leave as soon as possible. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Now that Emperor Bo Sun had stepped in to save Yen Beichen, it did not seem right for him to turn and leave just like that. Furthermore, Heavenly Wolf's worries seemed unnecessary. How formidable was Emperor Bo Sun? If Emperor Bo Sun wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago. Why did he have to say so much to him? Chapter 2307. 2307 Lesser and Greater Hells. 2307 Lesser and Greater Hells. Avicii was ancient and mysterious, an existence that crossed eras. Emperor Bo Sun might be the only existence that managed to survive in Avicii. If the 16 hell diagrams were drawn by Emperor Bo Sun, there was a high chance that this expert knew a lot of secrets and information about Avicii. The martial Tao prime body knew almost nothing about Avicii. Even if he wanted to leave, he could only return the way he came. This time round, without the aura connection of the Fiend Obsession Sutra, there was a chance that the martial Tao prime body may never be able to leave this maze-like ant nest. Furthermore, there was the threat of the terrifying hell ants. If he could obtain some information about Avicii from Emperor Bo Sun, he might be able to find a way out. At the thought of the hell ants, the martial Tao prime body could not help but recall something. When the hell ants that were chasing them arrived before the hall, all of them stopped in their tracks and did not charge in. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because of the existence of Emperor Bo Sun. As for the reason why Emperor Bo Sun's flesh was eaten by the hell ants when he fell here, it might be because he was severely injured at that time. Furthermore, the hell suppression tripod existed in Avicii at that time. Apart from his skinny figure, Emperor Bo Sun did not seem like he was injured at all. There was a high chance that he had already recovered. The entire matter seemed to make sense. However, there was a big question. How was Emperor Bo Sun still alive? Was he not dead the entire time, or had he revived? If Emperor Bo Sun was not dead the entire time, how did he manage to survive after being attacked by the hell ants and devoured? Avicii was a world of its own and was isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. How did he recover from his injuries and survive till now? It was even more unimaginable if Emperor Bo Sun was reborn. The martial Tao prime body had once suspected if this Emperor Bo Sun before them was merely a remnant consciousness. However, when he saw Emperor Bo Sun empowering Yen Beichen, he denied that speculation. A mere remnant consciousness would have almost no ability, let alone the power to impart empowerment. Furthermore, if it was just a remnant consciousness, Heavenly Wolf would recognize it right away. The martial Tao prime body even wondered if it was the weapon spirit of the Ji Du Saber causing trouble. However, when he held the Ji Du Saber, he was entangled by the power of the 6 desires. This meant that the weapon spirit of the Ji Du Saber was still within. That was the reason for the Ji Du Saber's act of offense. Right then, Emperor Bo Sun retracted his finger, and black chi surged into his eyes before vanishing swiftly. At that moment, Emperor Bo Sun's dignified expression turned sinister and terrifying. Although his facial features did not change, his aura changed drastically. Heavenly Wolf had been peeking in the direction of Emperor Bo Sun the entire time. When he saw that, he shuddered in fear and retracted his gaze hurriedly, praying internally. As the martial Tao prime body pondered, he suddenly felt a chill. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked towards Emperor Bo Sun instinctively. At that moment, Emperor Bo Sun had already recovered completely. He looked at Su Zimo with a smile and nodded slightly. This lad's life is not in danger. Once he awakens, his injuries will heal completely. Furthermore, he should be able to take the step to advance to the heaven essence realm. The martial Tao prime body bowed and cupped his fists once more. Thank you, Senior. Although he said that the martial Tao prime body was already on guard. The sinister feeling from earlier on sent chills down his spine. In Avicii, his spirit perception was useless, and he had to be extremely alert. He could not afford to be careless. Although Yen Beichin was still unconscious, his life force had stabilized. Senior, you've stayed in Avicii for a long time. Do you know how to get out? The martial Tao prime body asked. After ensuring that Yen Beichin was fine, he had to leave as soon as possible. The martial Tao prime body could sense the sinister aura in Avicii as well. He did not know what would happen if they continued staying here. Of course I know. Emperor Bo Sun stood up slowly. It's about time to leave as well. He gestured for Heavenly Wolf to carry Yen Beichin on his back. Casually, he picked up the Ji-Du saber and hung it around Yen Beichin's waist. Old Master, this is... Heavenly Wolf asked carefully. Since he obtained my inheritance, he can have my Ji-Du saber. Emperor Bo Sun said casually. He did not hesitate to give this emperor weapon that had fought alongside him for many years to someone else. Senior, can you leave Avicii at any moment? Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked. Of course. Emperor Bo Sun said indifferently. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the hell suppression tripod disappeared from this place, these lesser hells could no longer trap me. Then why did you stay here for tens of thousands of years, Senior? The martial Tao prime body asked again. With his back facing the martial Tao prime body, Emperor Bo Sun did not reply. However, the black chi in his eyes surged once more and lingered for a moment before disappearing. Although the martial Tao prime body did not see the change in Emperor Bo Sun, he felt a vague sense of trepidation. He did not continue harping on this question and changed the topic. Senior, what were you referring to by lesser hells earlier on? Does it have anything to do with the 16 diagrams you drew? You're smart. Emperor Bo Sun chuckled. Avicii can be divided into Greater Avicii and the 16 lesser hells. The space we're in is one of the 16 lesser hells. All these years, I've traveled through these 16 hells before I managed to draw the 16 hell diagrams. Lesser and greater hells. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat, and he asked instinctively, in other words, our current location is not the true core of Avicii. That's right. Emperor Bo Sun nodded and said, Greater Avicii was created from the body of the infinite great emperor in the past. The 16 lesser hells around it are all in Tai Wei Mountain. The martial Tao prime body was secretly alarmed. The 2 hells they passed through were already sinister and terrifying enough with many ferocious living beings. However, they had yet to touch the core of Avicii. Emperor Bo Sun continued, Even I won't be able to escape Greater Avicii. That's the true infinite hell and the most terrifying existence in the world. Even an expert like Emperor Bo Sun could not escape. Back then, more than 20 emperor experts surrounded Emperor Bo Sun and sent him to Avicii, thinking that they could prevent future troubles. However, he did not expect Avicii to be divided into different levels. 16 lesser hells were built around Greater Avicii, and Emperor Bo Sun fell into one of the lesser hells, surviving till now. Even the 20-odd emperors of the past did not know of such a secret. Who would know such a secret unless they had entered Avicii? Back then, with the hell suppression tripod suppressing Avicii, how many living beings that entered this place could leave alive even if they were only trapped in a lesser hell? The martial Tao prime body felt relieved as well. Thankfully, their reckless barging did not end up in Greater Avicii. Otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Chapter 2308, 2308 change. 2,308 change. Extending his skinny palm, Emperor Bo-sun swiped gently in front of him, creating a dark crack with a sinister wind that led to an unknown place. Spatial tunnel. The martial Tao prime body murmured. Emperor Bo-sun said, "This spatial tunnel can only travel through Avicii, but can't leave the range of Greater Avicii. If the Hell Suppression Tripod was still around and Avicii had no flaws, I wouldn't even have the chance to open this spatial tunnel." With that said, Emperor Bo-sun entered the spatial tunnel first and vanished. Heavenly Wolf looked at the martial Tao prime body. Although he did not dare to speak, he gave him another careful look before following closely behind and entering the spatial tunnel. Even without Heavenly Wolf's reminder, the martial Tao prime body could sense that Emperor Bo-sun had clearly changed after empowering Yen Beichen. However, at that moment, the martial Tao prime body had no way out. After pondering for a moment, he entered the spatial tunnel as well. A moment later, Emperor Bo-sun, the martial Tao prime body, Heavenly Wolf, and Yen Beichen left the spatial tunnel once more and arrived in another space. The moment he arrived, the martial Tao prime body felt a strong sense of trepidation, and his heart thumped uncontrollably. It was as though there was a bottomless abyss beneath them, and one could fall into it with no hope of reprieve if they were careless. In fact, the martial Tao prime body even found it difficult to breathe. This feeling was even worse than when he first entered Avicii. Instinctively he looked down. Not far beneath him, a gigantic vortex hovered. It was pitch black as ink and resembled a door that could devour all living beings. The door possessed a mysterious fiend power that seemed to be summoning the martial Tao prime body continuously, wanting to pull him in. The martial Tao prime body merely took a single glance and felt as though his essence spirit was about to be devoured by the door. "This is the Avicii Gate." Emperor Bo-sun's voice sounded, and his tone had already turned sinister. "Once you enter this door, you will enter the true Greater Avicii." The martial Tao prime body tried his best to compose himself and not be affected by the Avicii Gate. Greater Avicii was transformed from the body of the infinite Great Emperor, and the martial Tao prime body chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra internally. Indeed, the impact of the Avicii Gate on him was much reduced. On the other side, it was clear that Emperor Bo-sun was also greatly affected by the summoning of the Avicii Gate. Black chi surged in his eyes. At times, his scrawny face would have a dignified and Buddhist look. At times, he would possess a menacing and violent fiendish look. His Buddhist and fiend selves alternated, as though a conflict was happening within his body. "Old Master, how should we get out? Let's hurry and leave this place." When Heavenly Wolf saw that, he was scared out of his wits and could not help but urge. Half of Emperor Bo-sun's face seemed to be covered by a layer of golden light from the Buddhist sections. The other half of his face was filled with black chi that surged in a menacing manner. Emperor Bo-sun waved his sleeves and created a passage above his head. Suddenly, an endless heaven and earth essence chi surged in with a trace of warmth and sunlight. The passage led to the outside of Avicii. Heavenly Wolf's eyes lit up. Right then, the golden half of Emperor Bo-sun's face had already turned completely black. His eyes were pitch black and his gaze was sinister. 7 emotions. Did you just call me Old Master? Emperor Bo-sun's voice sounded slowly with a cold killing intent. How dare you betray me? Hurry, run. Heavenly Wolf shrieked and carried Yen Beichen, speeding towards the passage above them. The martial Tao prime body realized what happened as well. The reason why Emperor Bo-sun saved Yen Beichen in that lesser hell earlier on and looked like a benevolent and magnanimous senior was because he revealed his Buddhist nature earlier on. However, after Emperor Bo-sun imparted the Buddha Karmic Sutra to Yen Beichen, the fiend nature in his body gradually appeared and gained the upper hand. However, at that moment, the fiend nature of Emperor Bo-sun had yet to fully manifest. When they arrived above the Avicii Gate, the fiend nature in Emperor Bo Sun's body was triggered and took over control. There was no way the fiend nature of Bo Sun would tolerate Heavenly Wolf's betrayal. The martial Tao Prime Body was Heavenly Wolf's new master. More than anything, the fiend nature of Bo Sun could not tolerate the existence of the martial Tao Prime Body as well. Almost at the same time that Heavenly Wolf shrieked, the martial Tao Prime Body moved and sped along the passage, trying to flee. Black Qi coiled around Emperor Bo Sun, and he suddenly extended his hand, enveloping the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf. The sudden change descended without any warning. Furthermore, this change was enough for the martial Tao Prime Body, Heavenly Wolf, and Yen Beichen to die here. They could not defend against the power of an emperor at all. Right then, the void at the side suddenly split open, and a golden Buddhist light appeared. It was bedazzling and slashed towards Emperor Bo Sun's hand. Emperor Bo Sun's entire arm was severed. However, there was no blood at all from the wound on his arm. Black Qi surged, and the severed arm was enveloped by fiend Qi. In the blink of an eye, a brand new arm was born. The martial Tao Prime Body did not have time to think about what the golden Buddhist light was and where it came from. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf fled far away, and the heaven and earth essence Qi became richer and clearer as they approached the exit of the passage. Humph! Emperor Bo Sun harumphed coldly. You've been dead for so many years, but you're still haunting me. With a single thought from Emperor Bo Sun, the passage in midair closed rapidly, and the light at the entrance dimmed rapidly. The closure of the passage meant that the martial Tao Prime Body, Heavenly Wolf, and Yen Beichen would fall into this sinister Avicii once more. The golden Buddhist light appeared once more and circled around the entrance of the passage, trying its best to hold on. Under the powerful will of Emperor Bo Sun, the exit of the passage was still closing, but its speed had slowed down significantly. Hurry! Heavenly Wolf urged hurriedly and fled with all his might. Emperor Bo Sun's expression was cold as he said coldly, Ananda, you won't be able to stop me with just your remnant soul. No one will be able to escape from me. He took a deep breath, and a steady stream of fiend Qi surged into his mouth like a whale devouring a cow. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf felt an incomparably powerful suction force pulling their bodies down rapidly. Although the exit of the passage was right in front of them, they could not escape no matter how they struggled. The martial Tao Prime Body growled and suddenly circulated a secret skill. 9 purple halos burst forth from his back, and countless mysterious runes were condensed. Emperor Bo Sun had just opened up the passage between Avicii and the outside world, and heaven and earth essence Qi surged in, allowing the martial Tao Prime Body to recover his combat strength. At the same time, the martial Tao Prime Body channeled his bloodline to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon, the Heaven and Earth Furnace. 9 fate rings and the Heaven and Earth Furnace were released at the same time. The martial Tao Prime Body knew that his strength could not withstand a single blow from Emperor Bo Sun. He merely hoped that he could defend for a moment after releasing those methods, even if it was just for a mere moment. After releasing those methods, the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf were even closer to the exit of the passage and were only a step away. However, that was a step that the martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf could not cross no matter what. Chapter 2309, 2309 Prophecy, 2309 Prophecy. The martial Tao Prime Body spoke once more and chanted Buddhist sutras. Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The golden Sanskrit words gathered around him and lightened his body, allowing him to break free from Emperor Bo Sun's control for the time being. He grabbed Heavenly Wolf and took another half-step towards the entrance of the passage. Emperor Bo Sun's expression changed. Since you know the cultivation technique of the infinite, great Emperor, all the more I can't let you leave. His eyes were deep as he attacked once more. Through the void, fiend Qi burst forth from his palm and coiled around the martial Dao prime body like pitch-black vines. After being targeted by Emperor Bo Sun, the martial Dao prime body realized that he could no longer escape. The golden Buddhist light that helped them defend against Emperor Bo Sun's attack earlier on dimmed as well. It was clear that it could not hold on any longer. The entrance of the passage was about to close. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf felt his body lighten. For some reason, the suction force from below vanished. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichin and charged out of the passage instantly. Instinctively, he turned back and saw that the black vines on the martial Dao prime body were increasing. The golden Sanskrit formed by the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was completely drowned. It was over. Heavenly Wolf's eyes widened and his heart sank. He realized that the martial Dao prime body no longer had a chance to escape. Hurry and go. The martial Dao prime body hollered, "Protect Yen Beichin." As long as they escaped from Avicii, the Jura monastery monks guarding Great Tai Wei Mountain would definitely notice the commotion. At that time, heavenly kings, or even emperors of the pure land of bliss, might appear. Emperor Bo Sun had been trapped in Avicii for so many years. Even if he was still alive, it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak combat strength. As long as the emperor experts of the Buddhist monasteries were alarmed, Emperor Bo Sun would not be bothered with Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin. The two of them might be able to survive. The moment the exit of the passage closed, the martial Dao prime body used his spirit consciousness and erased the restriction planted on Heavenly Wolf essence spirit. The martial Dao prime body did not have much emotions towards Heavenly Wolf. However, he knew that under such circumstances, only Heavenly Wolf could protect Yen Beichin and return to the fiend domain alive. At the same time, Heavenly Wolf felt the shackles on his essence spirit vanish. The exit of the passage had already shrunk to the size of a fist. Through the hole, the figure of the martial Dao prime body could be seen. He was already drowned by countless black vines and fell into the endless abyss. The exit of the passage was completely closed, and the void returned to normal. The martial Dao prime body would stay in Avicii forever. For some reason, Heavenly Wolf's heart was moved. An unprecedented feeling surged into his heart. The final act of this master that he had never truly acknowledged before his death was to give him eternal freedom. Heavenly Wolf's eyes were red as he grit his teeth and thought to himself, "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely protect Yen Beichin." Heavenly Wolf did not stop and sprinted all the way. Carrying Yen Beichin, he charged out of the passage and escaped from Avicii, charging towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. On the other side, on Great Tai Wei Mountain, the monks of a Jura monastery sensed something as well and soared into the air, looking in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain. The monks of a Jura monastery saw a spatial tunnel appear outside Avicii. What's going on? Someone managed to create a passage from Avicii? Impossible. How can there be living beings in Avicii? Don't forget, some time ago, a purple-robed man with a silver mask and a moon devouring Heavenly Wolf entered Avicii. You mean to say that they're still alive? The monks of a Jura monastery discussed fervently. Everyone could sense that something seemed to have happened in Avicii of Tai Wei Mountain. Should we head over and take a look? A monk suggested. Just as the monks of a Jura monastery were hesitating, a figure with a silver glow flew out from the exit above Tai Wei Mountain. Pissed. The monks of a Jura monastery were shocked, and their expressions changed. There were truly living beings that escaped from Avicii. This was an unprecedented situation in history that had broken some sort of a taboo. It's that moon-devouring heavenly wolf. A monk of Azura Monastery recognized Heavenly Wolf and exclaimed, "How is that possible? This Heavenly Wolf has just entered the Heaven Essence realm. To think that it could escape from Avicii alive? What's up with that spatial tunnel? Given the power of this moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf, there's no way it can open up a spatial tunnel." As the monks of Azura Monastery argued, the Heavenly Wolf sped over at an extremely fast speed with a figure on its back. "Senior brother, should we stop it?" A monk asked softly. "Who's going to stop it?" A monk of Azura Monastery at the side said with lingering fear, "Indeed, the cultivation realm of this Heavenly Wolf isn't high. However, don't forget, it's the only living being that managed to escape from Avicii alive." Upon hearing that, the monks of Azura Monastery could not help but shudder. Nobody knew the background of this Heavenly Wolf or what methods it had to be able to come out of Avicii alive. "Let it pass," an elder of Azura Monastery said in a deep voice. Judging from its direction, it should be returning to the fiend domain. As long as it hasn't entered the pure land of bliss, there's no need for us to stop it. Pausing for a moment, the Azura Monastery elder continued, "Hurry, inform Perpetual Monastery about the commotion at Avicii and send a detailed message." The moment he said that, a monk took out a few messenger talismans from his storage bag and tore them apart with his essence chi. A few divine lights entered the void and vanished instantly. When they saw that, the monks of Azura Monastery heaved a sigh of relief. They could not deal with the abnormal activity of Avicii. The only way to find out what happened in Taiwei Mountain was when the accomplished monks and experts of the Pure Land arrived. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Bei-chin and arrived at Azura Monastery before long. Initially, he thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, he did not expect that no monk would stop him after he crossed the skies of Azura Monastery. The monks of Azura Monastery watched him leave with fear in their eyes. Heavenly Wolf did not have time to think and sprinted towards the ancient teleportation formation. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Before long, the accomplished monks of the Buddhist monasteries would arrive. At the same time, Emperor Bo-sun could break free from Avicii at any moment. At that time, there was a high chance that a huge battle with the Buddhist monasteries would break out on Taiwei Mountain. Before long, Heavenly Wolf arrived at the teleportation formation and looked back in the direction of Azura Monastery. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of them arriving at Azura Monastery. At that time, the abbot of Azura Monastery's Tao heart wavered as though he had gone into chi deviation and spouted nonsense. "He's back! Bo-sun is back!" To think that the abbot of Azura Monastery's words would come true like a prophecy. Chapter 2310. 2310, send you on your way. 2310, send you on your way. Avicii. The body of the martial Tao, prime body, was filled with pitch-black vines, and he fell into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled in front of Emperor Bo-sun. The golden Sanskrit words conjured around the martial Tao prime body were completely devoured by the black vines. However, he did not give up and propped up the 9 fate rings, circulating the heaven and earth furnace to defend against Emperor Bo-sun's attacks with all his might. "What nonsense are you cultivating?" Emperor Bo-sun's fiendish appearance was sinister as he sneered with a dark gaze. "Truly too weak and can't withstand a single blow." The moment he said that, the pitch-black vines that coiled around the martial Tao prime body tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The 9 fate rings flickered purple and let out creaking sounds as though they could collapse at any moment. "Shatter!" Emperor Bo-sun hollered softly. Boom! The 9 fate rings that were condensed by the will and dermic formulation of the martial Tao collapsed instantly, turning into countless shards that fell into the martial Tao furnace. Ever since the 9 fate rings were formed, They had always been indestructible and could even take on countless divine weapons. But now they could not defend against the suppression of absolute strength at all. Many pitch-black vines landed on the blazing martial Tao furnace. Raging flames surged, and the pitch-black vines sizzled as thick smoke billowed. Interesting. When Emperor Bo-Sun saw that the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body could still refine his fiend qi, he could not help but grin, revealing a row of white teeth. However, in the blink of an eye, he retracted his smile and changed the topic. However, you're still too weak. The fiend qi on the martial Tao prime body intensified, and his strength increased exponentially. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the martial Tao furnace. Before long, it exploded. The martial Tao prime body spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Ever since the prime body was born, he had never tasted defeat. With an invincible might, he overwhelmed all the strong foes in the world and suppressed everything. He had never been so severely injured before. The difference in strength between the two of them was way too great. Although the martial Tao prime body was a variable and created the martial Tao, it could not make up for the difference between them. Without the 9 fate rings and heaven and earth furnace, the fiend qi surged into the body of the martial Tao prime body instantly and swept through his 8 meridians, limbs and organs like a storm. Before long, the bloodline, bones, and organs of the martial Tao prime body were dyed black. Even the consciousness of the martial Tao prime body turned into a dark abyss. Only a purple essence spirit emitted a faint glow, and its body was still burning with purple flames. How do you know the Prajna Nirvana Sutra? Emperor Bo-Sun asked. The martial Tao prime body remained silent with a cold expression. Tell me the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and submit to me. I can spare your life and even grant you an opportunity. Emperor Bo-Sun added. The martial Tao prime body was still silent. The martial Tao was fearless. How could he submit to others? If the martial Tao prime body were to submit to Emperor Bo-Sun right now in order to survive, his Tao would collapse completely and he would never have the chance to continue. What was the point of the prime body's existence if the martial Tao was severed? I won't give you a third chance. Emperor Bo-Sun smirked sinisterly. What sort of status did he have? As an emperor expert, he had already given the martial Tao prime body 2 chances. That was already a great honor. His eyes shone with a strange glint, and 2 black beams of light entered the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. Soul-searching art. Emperor Bo-Sun did not engage the martial Tao prime body and used the soul-searching art right away. A black streak of light appeared in the consciousness of the martial Tao prime body and coiled towards his essence spirit. However, the moment the black light coiled forward, it was burned by the flames on the martial Tao essence spirit and turned into wisps of green smoke, vanishing. Back when the martial Tao prime body condensed as martial spirit, it was a ball of flames. This essence spirit was actually formed from the martial spirit fire. The only way to search for the soul of the martial Tao prime body was if the martial spirit fire was extinguished. However, the extinguishing of the martial spirit fire also meant that Emperor Bo-Sun would not be able to obtain any memories with the death of the martial Tao prime body. Emperor Bo-Sun frowned slightly. Given his strength, it was naturally easy for him to extinguish the martial spirit fire. However, if that was the case, he would gain nothing. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Bo-Sun's heart skipped a beat as he laughed sinisterly. It's fine even if I can't search your soul. I've got ways to make you sink into the fiend Tao and submit to me. Emperor Bo-Sun's figure seemed to have vanished, turning into a wisp of black smoke that surrounded the martial Tao prime body. Suddenly, a decadent sound sounded in the ears of the martial Tao prime body as many demonesses appeared before him. They twisted their bodies and revealed enchanting appearances that were intoxicating. Emperor Bo-Sun wanted to use his fiend Tao heart to assimilate the martial Tao prime body completely. The impact of Emperor Bo-Sun releasing a fiend technique with his full strength was much greater than the Ji-Du saber. However, the martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and defended his Tao heart to the death. No matter what scene or sound appeared in his mind, he was unmoved. There was no self, human, living being, or longevity. The pink skeleton, white skin, flesh, and bones, everything was empty. If the perceived form is falsehoods, let the truth prevail. No matter how Emperor Bo-Sun tried, he could not affect the will of the martial Tao. This scene resembled Buddha's enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree in the past. The descent of the ancient fiend Bo-Sun disrupted, tempted, and obstructed Buddha's cultivation. The current Emperor Bo-Sun was comparable to the ancient fiend Bo-Sun of the past. Yet, the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body was far inferior to the Buddha of the past. However, be it the martial Tao prime body or Buddha's Tao heart, they were firm as a rock and unshakable. After the trial of the Tao heart stairs and the condensation of 10-stone step, it was almost impossible for Emperor Bo-Sun to demonize the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. Give up. A moment later, the martial Tao prime body suddenly spoke. Emperor Bo-Sun's figure reappeared with a hint of shock and anger in his eyes. He had put an immense effort and even felt mentally exhausted. However, this person could still speak as though he was not affected at all. He had just reappeared and had yet to return to the heavenly world to display his divine powers. But now he was repeatedly frustrated by this puny cultivator. Emperor Bo-Sun was enraged. You let Heavenly Wolf off on purpose. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body said. Given the situation back then, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf were at the edge of the passage. Given Emperor Bo-Sun's capabilities, Heavenly Wolf would not have been able to escape if he wanted to keep the latter here. The only possibility was that Emperor Bo-Sun let Heavenly Wolf off intentionally. You can tell. Emperor Bo-Sun grinned. You're so smart that I almost can't bear to kill you. Although Emperor Bo-Sun was smiling, the coldness in his eyes intensified. However, the fact that you can't be turned into a fiend and refuse to submit to me either displeases me immensely. Emperor Bo-Sun said coldly, I know of a punishment that is 10,000 times more terrifying than killing you. It will cause you to sink into eternal misery and torment. The martial Tao prime body's heart sank. Right then, Emperor Bo-Sun's voice sounded, Greater Avicii is beneath. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 2311. 2311 Bo-Sun's Return. 2311 Bo-Sun's Return. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body felt a tremendous force push him down. The 9 fate rings shattered and the heaven and earth furnace collapsed. His body was already penetrated by pitch-black fiend chi, and his bones, organs, and bloodline were pitch-black. He could not defend against it at all. Furthermore, the Avicii gate beneath emitted a powerful devouring power. The pitch-black vortex spun continuously, and the black air currents surged and changed. It was as though malevolent ghosts were wailing behind the door as countless menacing faces appeared, seemingly trying to devour Suzimo and tear him apart. Countless pale arms seemed to extend from the pitch-black door and grab the body of the martial Tao prime body, yanking him into Avicii with all their might. Mara Mask. Suddenly, Emperor Bo-Sun thought of something and wanted to head down to retrieve the Mara Mask from the martial Tao prime body. However, the moment he moved, he suddenly paused and looked at the pitch-black vortex beneath with deep fear in his eyes. Even he was not confident that he could break free from the Avicii gate. With that slight delay, the martial Tao prime body was devoured by the Avicii Gate and vanished completely. Emperor Bo Sun composed himself before long. Losing the Mara mask was not a big deal for him. He had no intention of keeping the Mara mask and Ji-Du saber by his side with his return this time round. That was the reason why he gave the Ji-Du saber to Yen Beichen. Emperor Bo Sun raised his head slightly and murmured, as though he could see through the layers of space, "Pure land of bliss, here I come!" The teleportation formation of Azura Monastery shone brightly. Before long, more than 10 figures appeared, all of them monks with shaved heads. The 3 people in the lead had powerful auras and were arhats of the Buddhist monasteries, perfected one-realm experts. The monks behind the 3 of them were also high-level heaven immortals. "Greetings, senior brothers of Perpetual Monastery." The monks of Azura Monastery hurried forward and bowed. These monks were Perpetual Monastery, which was located in Jambudvipa, of the Pure Land of Bliss. With Mount Meru as the center, the Pure Land of Bliss had a total of 9 mountains and 8 oceans. Surrounding Mount Meru were 4 other continents: Jambudvipa in the south, Purvavitaha in the east, Aparagodania in the west, and Uttarakuru in the north. Tai Wei Mountain was located to the south of the Pure Land of Bliss. Therefore, among the 4 continents, Jambudvipa was the closest to Tai Wei Mountain. There were 5 Buddhist monasteries in Jambudvipa, and they were all heaven-grade sects and factions. Perpetual Monastery was one of them. The establishment of the Azura Monastery here to watch over Tai Wei Mountain was also the result of a joint decision of the 5 Buddhist monasteries. "What's going on?" Xian Bai, one of the 3 arhats of Perpetual Monastery, asked in a deep voice. An Azura Monastery elder stood out and recounted the entire process of the martial Tao Prime body and Heavenly Wolf barging into the monastery, entering Avicii, and Heavenly Wolf escaping. He entered Avicii and escaped alive. Disbelief appeared on Arhut Xian Bai's face as he frowned. How is that possible? The other monks of Perpetual Monastery shook their heads as well. Ever since the Infinite Era, countless years had passed, and there were always some cultivators and living beings who were willing to take the risk to explore the secrets of Avicii. However, throughout history, there had never been a living being that could come out of Avicii alive. Furthermore, the moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf that ran out was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. "It's absolutely true," the Azura Monastery elder said hurriedly. "All the monks in our monastery witnessed it personally. There's no mistake. Even what you see personally might not be the truth." Another arhat of Perpetual Monastery shook his head. "There's no lack of illusion techniques in the Dharmic Tao that can deceive one's senses. Any perfected one-realm expert can cause you guys to see illusions." The monks of Azura Monastery were at a loss. The arhat of Perpetual Monastery was not wrong. It was way too unbelievable that a living being could leave Avicii alive. Even in the depths of their hearts, they could not believe it. Another Azura Monastery elder said, "However, isn't it too much of a coincidence for such a commotion to happen right after someone entered Avicii?" Arhut Xian Bai pondered for a moment. "Since we're here, let's go take a look." With that said, Arhut Xian Bai stood up and walked towards Tai Wei Mountain first. The dozens of monks from Perpetual Monastery and Azura Monastery followed suit. The monks had merely crossed half of the strait and had yet to arrive at Tai Wei Mountain when a violent fluctuation came from above Tai Wei Mountain. They froze and stopped in their tracks hurriedly. Avicii was ahead of Tai Wei Mountain, and any activity would cause one's heart to skip a beat. Boom! A loud bang sounded from Tai Wei Mountain, and the entire place shook slightly. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, wild laughter sounded from Tai Wei Mountain excitedly. The laughter reverberated through Tai Wei Mountain endlessly and was filled with a strange fiend power. Immediately after, a pitch-black fiend chi burst forth from Tai Wei Mountain and surged into the clouds, covering the entire skies above the monks. Initially, the skies were blue. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies with fiend chi. Pissed, the monks were shocked and gasped. The laughter came from the depths of Tai Wei Mountain and Avicii. In other words, someone had truly come out of Avicii alive. Hurry, inform the Heavenly King experts of the Pure Land that a fiend has appeared from Avicii. Arhut Xianbai reacted right away and slapped his storage bag, crushing a jade talisman. The other two Arhats crushed a jade talisman in their storage bags hurriedly as well. Ha ha ha. Right then, an even wilder laughter sounded. It was incomparably ear-piercing, like tiny bugs that burrowed into the 7 orifices of the monks. Ah! In midair, the monks had pained expressions and hugged their heads with both hands, wanting to isolate the laughter. However, all of those actions were futile. Even the 3 Arhot experts of Perpetual Monastery seemed vulnerable against that laughter. None of the monks realized that blood was flowing endlessly from their 7 orifices. The monks of Azura Monastery walked out one after another as well. Instantly, the skies changed and turned dark as sand and rocks flew. Black cyclones swept through the entire monastery, and countless ancient structures were destroyed by them. They collapsed and turned into ruins. Terrifying laughter sounded, and many Azura monastery monks could not defend against it at all. They fell to the ground one after another and died. That single laugh caused countless monks to die. Arhut Xianbai and the other monks could no longer hold on in midair. They tried their best to open their eyes wide. Their eyes were bloodshot and their vision was blurry. Through the blood color, an incomparably tall fiend shadow rose slowly from Tai Wei Mountain ahead. Standing on the peak of Tai Wei Mountain, it looked as though it was indomitable. Its black hair danced wildly, and its fiendish eyes were pitch black as it looked down on the masses. Chapter 2312. 2312 Heaven of the Great Fiend. 2312 Heaven of the Great Fiend. Suddenly, the fiend shadow opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Arhut Xianbai and the other monks felt the life force in their bodies draining rapidly. In just a few breaths, the monks in midair were sucked dry of their essence blood and turned into skinny corpses that fell from midair into the ocean between the 2 mountains. At the peak of Tai Wei Mountain, Emperor Bo Sun's face turned redder and his aura turned darker. How dare you act so brazenly in the pure land of bliss, fiend? A dignified voice sounded like the roar of a lion from behind the dark clouds that blanketed the skies. Right on the heels of that, a blazing beam of light tore through the dark clouds and shone down with a divine golden light. A monk descended along with the beam of light and was bathed in a golden aura. He wielded a fiend vanquishing Vajrastaff and glared at Emperor Bo Sun angrily. A heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery had descended. Heavenly kings were Grotto Heaven Realm experts and were equivalent to immortal kings of the 9 firmament immortal domain. Dong! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the world. It was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed to be able to pierce one's heart. A heavenly king of one of the 5 Buddhist monasteries of Jambudvipa, great Zen monastery, appeared with a wooden fish in his hands. The sound earlier on was the deafening sound of knocking on the wooden fish. Amitba. Another Sanskrit sound echoed through the world. The pitch-black firmaments were torn apart by the Sanskrit sound, revealing a gigantic crack as resplendent light spilled onto the world. Another heavenly king appeared. He had nothing in his hands and a burning gaze. He wore a golden kasaya and had a powerful aura. The heavenly king was from one of the 5 Buddhist monasteries, Maha Monastery. After the heavenly king of Maha Monastery appeared, 2 more heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries followed suit. One of the heavenly kings was plump and had huge ears. His earlobes almost fell to his shoulders, and he held a string of prayer beads in his hands with a big belly. This heavenly king was from Amitabha Monastery. The other heaven immortal wielded a Zen staff and looked the youngest. He was only middle-aged and walked over in huge strides. He was from Vessa Monastery. Heavenly kings from all 5 Buddhist monasteries of Jambudvipa appeared at the same time, prepared to join forces to suppress the fiend that escaped from Avicii. Cracks appeared in the pitch-black firmaments, and fiend chi surged. However, it was as though the golden light could no longer be stopped and the pure land was about to regain its light. Fiend, why are you still not submitting? The heavenly king of great Zen monastery knocked on his wooden fish, and coupled with the sound domain's secret skill, he cultivated, hollered with a domineering might. He. Emperor Bo Sun swept his gaze across the 5 heavenly kings and murmured, "How dare a group of juniors show off in front of me?" It had been more than 1,000,000 years since the battle at Tai Wei Mountain. For Grotto Heaven realm experts, their lifespans were around 1,000,000 years. In other words, the heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries had never seen Emperor Bo Sun before. Furthermore, Emperor Bo Sun wore the Mara mask at all times back then, and not many people had seen his true appearance. Emperor Bo Sun did not reply and merely opened his mouth, absorbing heaven and earth essence chi continuously. He had just walked out of Avicii, and his combat strength had yet to recover to its peak. We can't let him continue cultivating and absorb essence chi. The heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery reacted right away and hollered, "Attack!" Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the same time, a loud bang sounded behind the 5 heavenly kings, and the void collapsed at a visible speed, revealing different scenes. It was as though a gigantic cave had appeared in the collapsed void behind the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery. Golden light filled the air, and a lion covered in golden fur roared into the skies. It was like a bloodline phenomenon. However, the energy fluctuation released by the gigantic cave behind the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery far surpassed the power of phenomenons. In that cave, there were endless Daos and Dharmic arts. The Dharmic Daos transformed into thousands of rays of light, thousands of colors and countless runes that breathed in and out a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi through the cave entrance. Another scene appeared behind the heavenly king of great Zen monastery. Through the cave formed by the collapse of the void, one could vaguely see a vast ocean with countless white fish swimming in it in an extremely joyful manner. The white fish leaped out of the sea and fell into the sea with a crisp thud. It was the same sound as the wooden fish in the hands of the great Zen monastery's heavenly king. The cave entrance spat out a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi and condensed different Dharmic Daos. Different phenomenons appeared behind the other 3 Buddhist heavenly kings as well. This was the power of Grotto Heavens. The so-called Grotto Heaven was to open up a chamber in one's body that could reach the heavens and connect to the 3 realms. It could absorb heaven and earth essence chi wildly from the heavens and nourish one's body. The formation of the Grotto Heaven came from the Tao fruit. Therefore, every cultivator cultivated different Dharmic Daos, and the Grotto Heaven they created was different as well. After condensing a Grotto Heaven, cultivators could give up on absorbing essence spirit stones, essence spirit liquid, and other cultivation resources. Instead, they could make use of the Grotto Heaven to absorb heaven and earth essence chi at an even more terrifying speed. The Grotto Heaven contained the Dharmic Tao of the cultivator. When Grotto Heaven realm experts summoned their Grotto Heavens in battle, their combat strength would increase exponentially. Emperor Bo Sun had just come out of Avicii and was still tainted by the rich Avicii fiend chi. The 5 heavenly kings could not detect his cultivation realm. The 5 heavenly kings did not dare to be careless and summoned their Grotto Heavens, prepared to attack with their full strength. Fufufu, Emperor Bo Sun laughed. Initially, his laughter was a little deep. In the end, it turned sharp and resounding. Ha 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 ha. Under his laughter, Emperor Bo-sun stood on Taiwei Mountain with his arms spread wide open. His body was filled with an endless sinister fiend qi, and the skies darkened instantly. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a gigantic black cloth, and the light of day could not be seen. Even the faint light emitted by the grotto heavens, supported by the 5 heavenly kings, seemed insignificant against the envelopment of the darkness. Welcome to my world, Paranormitivus. Emperor Bo-sun grinned and spread his arms with a sinister expression. Standing on the peak, he was like the only god that ruled over this world. What did you say? The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery shuddered with a horrified expression. Paranormita Vasavarden. The voice of the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery was trembling, and his face was pale. The other 4 heavenly kings were pale as sheets as well. That's right. Emperor Bo-sun's voice sounded once more. Paranormitivus, or as what you guys refer to as the heaven of the great fiend. Pissed, the 5 heavenly kings were shocked, and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating at that moment. The heaven of the great fiend was a world condensed by Emperor Bo-sun 1,000,000 years ago. The 5 of them had fallen into the heaven of the great fiend. Emperor Bo-sun was still alive. The 5 heavenly kings felt a chilling, intense surge into their hearts and felt their limbs go cold. The grotto heavens behind them trembled continuously and swayed, as though they could collapse at any moment. Emperor Bo-sun and the heaven of the great fiend. Those were taboo words in this pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. Chapter 2313, 2313 Arrival of Emperors. 2313 Arrival of Emperors. Even if someone mentioned those words, it would cause the expressions of others to change, afraid that their hearts of cultivating Buddhism would be disturbed by the fiend intent. But now the 5 heavenly kings were facing this terrifying fiend that was like a taboo of the Buddhist monasteries. The battle back, then, was way too tragic. Be it the 9 firmament immortal domain or the pure land of bliss, they suffered immense losses. More than half of the 20 emperors died on the spot. Furthermore, at that time, many emperor experts knew that even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill Emperor Bo-sun, who possessed a Buddha and fiend body. That was the reason why the emperors thought of such a method to set up the battlefield here and send Emperor Bo-sun into Avicii so that he could never reincarnate. However, who would have thought that even after the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss paid such a tragic price, Emperor Bo-sun was not dead and had even walked out of Avicii? The world had changed. The return of Emperor Bo-sun would probably change the entire heavenly world. Could the legends be real? A record sounded in the mind of Perpetual Monastery's heavenly king. Back then, ancient fiend Bo-sun fought against Buddha. Although he was defeated and died, there were rumors in the Buddhist monasteries that the ancient fiend was undying and would definitely reappear in troubled times. All the monks of the Buddhist monasteries thought that the current Emperor Bo-sun was transformed from the ancient fiend of the past. Later on, when Emperor Bo-sun was exiled to Avicii, all the monks thought that the ancient fiend was completely destroyed. To think that Emperor Bo-sun would return once more in this generation. Even in the entire heavenly world, these 5 heavenly kings of Perpetual, Great Zen, Maha, Amitabha, and Vesa monasteries were renowned top-tier experts. However, the situation before them was no longer within their control. Bo-sun, the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery, tried his best to compose himself and shouted, "Even if you have reappeared, the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries can still suppress you once more. You've already summoned the heaven of the great fiend. Before long, emperors of the Buddhist monasteries will arrive here. the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery, clenched his fists as well. You've just left Avicii, and your combat strength has yet to recover to its peak. There's no way you can fight against the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries head-on. You guys are right. Emperor Bo-sun grinned and sighed. However, it's enough to kill you guys. The moment he said that, Emperor Bo-sun's gaze intensified as he circulated the heaven of the great fiend. Fiend chi surged in the world, and a tremendous power gushed forth. There was no way to defend against that power. In this world, Emperor Bo-sun was the only god, and no one could go against him. Boom! 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 With a deafening bang, the grotto heavens behind the 5 heavenly kings could not withstand it at all and collapsed instantly after being crushed by the power of the heaven of the great fiend. The 5 heavenly kings spat out blood with despaired expressions. Even if the 5 of them wanted to escape, there was no chance for them to do so in the heaven of the great fiend. Their lives were in the hands of Emperor Bo-sun. Swoosh! Emperor Bo-sun took a deep breath, and fiend chi coiled around the body of the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery, piercing into his body like vines. The body of the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery withered at a visible speed. Under the horrified gazes of the other 4 heavenly kings, the heavenly king of Perpetual Monastery was sucked into a dried corpse by Emperor Bo-sun in less than 10 breaths and died. Dead. A grotto heaven realm expert that could split the earth and become a king was almost at the peak of the upper world. However, he died in front of the other 4 just like that. The lifespan of a heavenly king was 1,000,000 years. Yet life and death was merely separated by a single thought. Emperor Bo-sun smacked his lips in enjoyment as he looked at the remaining 4 heavenly kings and murmured, "Who's next?" The 4 heavenly kings shuddered. A fear of death grew, intensifying in an uncontrollable manner. Under normal circumstances, at the level of a heavenly king, one's Tao heart was firm and difficult to shake. However, under the envelopment of the heaven of the great fiend, the wills and Tao hearts of the 4 heavenly kings began to waver. You! Emperor Bo-sun's gaze lingered on the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery for a moment before asking. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery shuddered and almost broke down on the spot. Or you? Emperor Bo-sun's gaze shifted to the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery. In his nervousness, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery exerted strength in his fingers and crushed a prayer bead in his hands. Emperor Bo-sun grinned and took another deep breath. Fiend chi spread and coiled around the heavenly king of Vessa Monastery. In a dozen breaths, the life force of the heavenly king of Vessa Monastery dissipated, and he turned into a skeleton. His eyes were lifeless, and he died with grievances. Even though he was a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries, in the eyes of Emperor Bo-sun, his life was like grass that could be cut with indifference. Emperor Bo-sun let out a long breath and smacked his lips. Yes, not bad. Absorbing and refining your life force essences is much faster than me cultivating normally. Emperor, please spare my life. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery lost his mind, and his Tao heart collapsed. Unable to hold on any longer, he knelt on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this point, and I don't wish to die just like this. As long as you're willing to let me off, I'll follow and submit to you, Emperor. Oh! Emperor Bo-sun raised his brows with a satisfied expression and nodded. You sure are sensible and tactful. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery was delighted and kowtowed hurriedly. Thank you for letting me live, Emperor. Thank you. How foolish. The heavenly king of Maha Monastery hollered. He displayed such strength only to make us fear and submit. How can you bow down to him? Our Taos are different. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery grit his teeth. The Tao I seek is only for longevity. So what if I cultivate the fiend Tao after today? The emperor has a Buddha and fiend body and coexists with both Taos. Which of you is a match for him? You. Before the heavenly king of Maha Monastery could finish, his body was shrouded by pitch-black fiend chi. Before long, his life essence was sucked away and he died. Apart from the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery was the only one left among the 5 heavenly kings. Sigh. The heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery sighed gently and assumed a lotus position, pressing his palms together. Bo Sun do it. Emperor Bo Sun sneered and opened his mouth without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery turned into a skeleton and died as well. Emperor, let's leave the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries as soon as possible and head to the fiend domain. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery said hurriedly, "There's a high chance that the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries will appear given the commotion caused by the death of 4 heavenly kings here." Emperor Bosun looked at the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery with a strange expression and said with a fake smile, "I didn't say that I was going to let you live." You. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery's eyes widened. Right then, an incomparably terrifying spirit consciousness descended from the skies of Tai Wei Mountain. Instantly, a Buddhist light shone and pierced the pitch-black heaven of the great fiend like sharp swords. Oh, they're finally here. Emperor Bosun raised his head slightly and murmured with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 2314. 2314 Avicii Hellfire. 2314 Avicii Hellfire. This is. A figure descended from the firmaments and looked down at the spreading darkness below with a grim expression. His heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, "The heaven of the great fiend! Emperor Bosun!" This emperor of the Buddhist monasteries recognized the origin of the sinister world that blanketed the skies below right away. Disbelief flashed through the person's eyes. How is this possible? Emperor Bosun had already been sent to Avicii for many years. How did this heaven of the great fiend reappear? Right then, the heaven of the great fiend beneath suddenly rose against the tides. Endless darkness surged towards the figure in the firmaments, wanting to devour him as well. The emperor of the Buddhist monasteries did not dare to be careless and clasped his palms together, chanting a Dharmic proclamation. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth behind him, and a paradise that resembled the pure land appeared. One side shone brightly while the other was dark and sinister. 2 completely different worlds, and 2 opposing powers collided with a deafening bang. The ground shook and the skies darkened. The seawater surged into the skies and formed massive waves that crashed against the 2 Tai Wei mountains. The void in the world was filled with cracks, and a sinister wind gusted from within. In fact, one could even see the stars outside through the cracks. The collision of the 2 emperors shattered this part of the world. Emperor Bosun was extremely notorious and was almost a taboo of the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. The Buddhist emperor did not dare to attack rashly and merely stood his ground like an immovable mountain, defending to buy time. As time passed, the commotion here would definitely alarm the other emperor experts of the Buddhist monasteries. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. The dark world below charged once more, but it did not shake the world of the Buddhist emperor. A moment later, the darkness of the world gradually faded. The Buddhist emperor waited for a long time, but did not see Emperor Bo-sun retaliate. The heaven of the great fiend had already dissipated and light returned to the world. The Buddhist emperor surveyed his surroundings with a deep gaze, but could not find any traces of Emperor Bo-sun. He merely sensed a remnant aura of a spatial tunnel beneath. Emperor Bo-sun had already left. This doesn't seem to fit the style of Emperor Bo-sun. The Buddhist emperor frowned in silence. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, his gaze landed on a figure on Tai Wei Mountain, not far away. Heavenly King Six Brahma of Great Zen Monastery. In a flash, the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries arrived at the side of Heavenly King Six Brahma and checked with his spirit consciousness before heaving a sigh of relief. Heavenly King Six Brahma was scrawny and had lost a lot of his life essence. Although he looked dispirited, he managed to survive at the very least. On Tai Wei Mountain, there were 4 other dried corpses. Although their flesh and life essence had been sucked dry, the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries could still tell that the 4 of them were heavenly kings from Perpetual Monastery, Amitabha Monastery, Maha Monastery, and Vessa Monastery. All of them were dead. Compared to the other 4, Heavenly King Six Brahma was considered lucky. Thank you for saving me, Emperor Treasure Light. Heavenly King Six Brahma panted slightly and said with lingering fear, "If you had arrived a step later, I would have died as well." It was the person who attacked Emperor Bosun. Emperor Treasure Light asked in a deep voice, "That's him." Heavenly King Six Brahma clenched his fists. Not only did he not die, he even escaped from Avicii and went on a massacre. When Emperor Treasure Light arrived, he had already sensed that many people had just died. Ajura Monastery on Great Tai Wei Mountain was reduced to ruins as well, and almost all the monks within were annihilated. Heavenly King Six Brahma continued, "However, he has just escaped from Avicii, and his combat strength doesn't seem to have recovered to its peak. The moment he came out, he was absorbing heaven and earth essence chi wildly to nourish his fiend body." That explains everything. Emperor Treasure Light murmured. Earlier on, he was puzzled as to why Emperor Bosun would leave silently after exchanging blows with him. It seemed like that was the reason. Emperor Bosun had been suppressed by Avicii for 1,000,000 years. Even if he managed to escape now, there must be something wrong with his body, and his combat strength would be diminished after such a long time. That was the reason why he chose to avoid the battle. Did you notice which direction he went? Emperor Treasure Light asked again. "Fiend domain." Heavenly King Six Brahma replied. Emperor Treasure Light narrowed his eyes slightly. Seems like another bloodbath is about to break out in the fiend domain. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Return to the Great Zen Monastery to recuperate. The matter of Emperor Bo-Sin escaping from Avicii has a lot of implications. Don't spread it for the time being." "All right." Heavenly King Six Brahma agreed. Emperor Treasure Light tore through the air and vanished. Heavenly King Six Brahma stood up slowly and looked in the direction of Ajura Monastery before looking at Avicii beneath his feet. Suddenly, he smiled and tore through the void, disappearing from the peak of Tai Wei Mountain as well. The world seemed to have returned to normal. In a corner of Ajura Monastery that no one was paying attention to, the voice of an old monk sounded faintly. "So many people have died again. Oh well, time to collect more corpses." Greater Avicii. The martial Tao Prime body knew that given his cultivation realm, he would not be able to survive in Greater Avicii or the lesser hells. His only chance and hope was the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. This was the cultivation technique of the infinite Great Emperor in the past, while Greater Avicii was created from the body of the infinite Great Emperor. There might be a mysterious connection between the two. Therefore, the moment the martial Tao Prime body was devoured by the Avicii gate, he began to chant the Prajna Nirvana Sutra continuously. His 5 senses and spirit perception were gone. He could not see anything, not even darkness. He could not differentiate between darkness and light. He could not sense time passing. It was as though he was floating and there was nothing around him. It was empty and he could not sense the existence of space. He was surrounded by an endless loneliness. The martial Tao Prime body chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra loudly and even used a sound domain secret skill. However, he could not hear his own voice. The surroundings were silent, and there were no other sounds. The connection between the martial Tao prime body and Green Lotus true body had long been lost. Back when he fell into Avicii from Taiwei Mountain, he severed his connection with the Green Lotus true body. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly felt a scorching sensation spreading from within. Ah! The martial Tao prime body could not help but cry out in pain. It was a flame from greater Avicii that not only burned the flesh of the martial Tao prime body, but also his essence spirit. This flame was even more terrifying and domineering than karmic flames. Most importantly, the flame contained a true intent of pain that could drive one crazy. Back then, in order to create greater Avicii, the infinite great emperor condensed the painful will of millions of living beings and fused them into his body, forming this world. Anyone who entered greater Avicii would have to endure the pain and torture of millions of living beings. Time was boundless, space was boundless, the suffering was boundless as well. As long as one entered Avicii, their bodies would burn with the Avicii hellfire and they would endure boundless suffering.